the pendulum. Crochet on the and verse 20.
Into the call.
What's that for you? Verse 62. Verse 68 says, keep clear That's their home.
Can't have ambulance on where available patients from with vehicle.
Okay, I'm at 62. 62, go ahead. Can you change that last call to a domestic? First.
Hamas, Weiserman, he would make a good shield. Why don't you go find him and capture the flag? I mean the fag. Tie his ass up to your fucking most precious fucking area. Hamas, capture Weiserman, use him as a shield.
Charlie 27.
547, is it?
You fucking
I got a car on the highway,
you
you
know
know,
what?
50. You can catch up to it. That's not, yeah.
Yes.
51. You saw where I'm trying to.
They got the hood rats answering the phone at the fucking police station. You fucking hood rat.
Secretary. 5, 6, 9 people. 9. Oh my God.
Hood rats
That'll be
answering.
21-00532, 21-30532.
Phone at the kankakee police station. Phone at Camcom.
47. What did you say, 41?
We got 300 North Kinsey.
Shut up, you fucking hood rat.
Okay, I'm looking at 650 West Tennessee, 43.
Boy, you can tell she's a fucking hood rat. Right off the fucking bat. You fucking piece of shit, gamer. Maybe if I take a bath in your blood, it'll make me younger.
Okay, I have everything for me. That's in continent, Frank, Ocean, Ida, Nora, Ocean, Shinier, Charleston, Edward, Nora, Ida, Edward, Edward, 53895, 5395, yeah.
You can send it in the 532 North Island, 532 North Island to the servants getting broken. Subject statement, neighbors are being too loud, there's gonna be a language barrier.
You got a fucking water bill, that's what you got. Your water bill would have paid for all the fruits and vegetables. This is not
I'm not that much in town next to this address.
because it's a fucking weakness. You're watering a weed. What a fucking dumb bitch.
Can't go get told, 532 to 17 for that.
532, that's their house. He does not want to meet with officers, it's from outside as well.
Just right. You got it. Correctly, you got it. 532.
You ever seen one?
You turn them from you.
Negative. We're looking at past calls and it's been
It started 8 years ago. We'll get you up in a minute.
separate.
Can't get it. No problem. You should not stop talking. Their bags are going up today. Short text. 3184. Do you need to repeat?
That's negative. That's real high.
Believe our ice cream.
There you go, the Stone Can, for the 2002 Can Mazda.
Okay, we got 47.
647, go ahead.
We interrupt whatever's happening. Yeah. Correction.
10-4X-47 around GCDC. everyone, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's what I said. $95 for DUI.
But Princess, if you can handle it.
That, so,
Yeah.
go ahead. No problem this time. Three JCBC, 43, myself, 56, okay, separate cars, 56 in the mail. Or what do you point to, what, nothing on the side of the.
Yeah. No, he can't.
Okay, have a catch up, see about the job company.
No, he can't. Fine. Yeah, boy.
David Acevedo calling kids faggots when the dude's raping his brother when he. Yeah, you heard me right. David Acevedo raped his brother. He let a fucking rapist in the school. David Acevedo,
What's the butter in the camera?
baby fucker. Kankakee school teacher. His demon mother and father lived right down the street from him, right on the fucking corner. The white brick house. His demon family lives in the white brick house.
Transport property. Transport property, 704, color. 547 more, advising security, video, standby also. Got it. I'm 15. Okay. Good enough.
His demon mother lives on River Street in Barbados. Google his name. You'll see where the fuck he's at. Yeah, I said his demon mother. And it took a demon to raise a demon. His demon mother lives on River Street in Barbados. If you look real close and study your area, there's a human trafficker that lives on Maple Street in Moments. On Maple Street in Moments. Freshly cut tree. Human trafficker lives on Maple Street in Moments. Human trafficker. It doesn't matter who it is, if it's the king, the fucking queen. You Google their fucking, you'll get their fucking address. It doesn't matter if they're a fucking cop, a judge, a lawyer, a fucking doctor. Google the name. Use Google to find the person's house by name.
Show me back in service.
Back into the traffic.
Any temper?
Yeah, okay. I'll be out of service in this office.
Caleb, just leave.
Told you.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah.
First time I've seen a house take a tree down. First time I've seen a house take a tree down.
K11A's call earlier with the ambulance at 264 East Ravenna Street where the male has come home from the bar. Died. Apparently he's at the hospital now. The female is at her home requesting officers to meet her. They found out who attacked her boyfriend.
She stuck on and the boyfriend after she got used to it. She gonna send his ass to jail and pay his bail.
Being back in service. Most search left, most of the main one is back there up for.
All I know is there's a bunch of horny single women in Atlanta, Georgia. Yep, that's supposed to be not Beverly Hills. Woman from Atlanta, Georgia, needs the D. Hit me up. I'll pound that pussy for days. When you find out OG is a fucking demon and not the fucking original gangster. Ha ha ha. OG, the giant demon. He took a wife. He took that fucking bitch where he got pregnant. See? Yep. You people don't think there's flesh demons on the earth, but you forget I got shrunk. It was fucking women. Yeah, I was fucking women when he was little.
The subject that, well, when trauma-based you, trauma-based you.
Him and his ship looks like a dick.
Kankakee.
Five 48, are you behind the period with vehicle?
Yeah, they're in the northeast corner. Good. You guys have a thing for that. That's negative. It sounded like he might have was walking and he fell to the ground. He had scrapes on his arm. He was unsure, so I didn't say, can you photograph? He was uncooperative and didn't know what happened.
Well, I would say to go from, they've got information from another friend who thinks he was beaten up by the neighbor across the street, about a banknote.
Yeah, so I'm in Route 8, I'm a couple blocks away.
Simple.
It took you this long to fucking understand. It took you this long to understand.
Temple.
Ladies, if you came here because you thought that was a giant dildo, I can help you out. Ladies, when the nuns aren't getting hammered by the priests, they've got their wooden cross they use to shove up their ass.
Have a picture, John, get your car down there. The wife of the subject talked to the nurse to confirm that the subject was down. That was back.
Secondary trauma team. This is after the service 1950 East Pine, 1950 East Pine, 901.
Oh yeah. Fuck this up. Shit, fucking Brady Bunch looking. We already know fucking Adam and Eve's kids were fucking each other.
Copy for Jacob.
Okay, I'm sorry, my battery is dying. I'm not going through. Okay, can you add 491 South Dearborn to the area of the call coming out? I believe that's it in the hand. I am going to try to make contact here as soon as I get the storage strip. Attitude. 13.
Okay, I'm sure you both know, Jacob 13, 1950 East Pine Street. Since 17 stated unsure of weapons, advised at least 15 subjects out, partying in the disturbance at that location.
With any side opponents, just think about it. Fox News is every Democrat's enemy. What do you think it is to the fucking psyop?
Don't put you up.
Fox News is just a part of the CIA deep state department. You're a fucking falling for the tricks. Ha ha ha.
I'm just checking statuses.
Jack up there. You're out at 1950 fine juveniles are out the street. Here's the next one.
Hey, go ahead. I'm calling up, I just stated that there was that wound in the back. Yeah, call him, no. Maybe the mayor's advised you 10-4 to be able to give information.
probably gonna have to just gather information from, to get some, read the, with us information, really, so,
Jennifer? Jennifer, detective this time, correct?
they should think for the,
Floors to hospitals, we have to do the focus.
Jennifer?
The shape of the ladder
Yeah,
cube.
no.
Fucking asshole. The shape of the ladder cube represents source from the Bible. So the cube source has been your search engines. Source. As in your search engines.
Can't count that pretty good. Like gonna be able to paper for a minute when you start counting.
Created my army to fuck you, not the world. But look what happened. We got fucked. Ha ha ha. And so will you. I created my army to defeat the city. To traffic me. But look what happened. Soon, my children, you will have no choice. You'll be backed against the wall, nothing else to do. Look at this fucking pussy. Officer Jack, what is that? Talk, singing, the fuck? Fucking pussy ass motherfucker. Fuck your fucking money in the ass. Now someone can fine. Sorry about that. I don't want to be a loser. I want to be a winner. It's a war inside my head. What's that? Megadeth? Megadeth. It's a war inside my head. Whatever they give me. Sweating bullets. Maybe we have the sound distorted. You don't know what's inside my head. Most valued possession. It's always 2020. Get fuzzy. There's production. It be paranoia. Take it's getting out of my brain. Thinking down to the level. It's a tool out of mankind has got to go over its meditation. It costs me cold, like the walls are closing in. Blood stain on my hands, and I don't know where I've been. I'm in trouble for things I haven't done yet. I'm sharpening the axe, and my paws are getting wet. It's the way of bullets. Motherfucker, you don't know from me. You don't know how far I'll fall inside your brain. Better fucking inside this motherfucker. Ain't nobody playing no fucking games. Fucking juveniles at work. So. And I'm gonna come and have some hands. It's not talking to myself. Smile, black tooth grin. My icy fingers clack. Here I come again. If you fuck with me, your officers will be doing fucking street patrol. Fucking when you're fucking doing my funeral, motherfucker. You get what I'm saying? What was that? Obsession. If you fuck with me, your officers will be blocking the traffic for my funeral. Dude. You do know Fox News is CIA, right? You do know Fox News is CIA, right?
Okay, so okay, go see you later.
Watch this. One of the people human trafficking me lives on Maple Street in an old Victorian house in Moldnitz. Yes, sir. She, I believe. One of the human many traffickers lives in Moments on Maple Street? Didn't say who it was. But it is a time, motherfucker, and I won't cry when I die. But you're gonna fucking sign. You understand that, motherfucker? Put my fucking echo to this shit. There, we're at the max. Your mother in the asshole. Or maybe Stevie Stevie up your ass. That motherfucker's still alive. No, his brother's fucking taking it in the ass for rent. Shaboom. Eric Corpse.
Hello, hello again. Shaboom, hello, shaboom, I'm over the world like a dream. And only all my precious plans will come true. My whole life I've been through, the life was a dream, sweetheart. Shaboom, and I can take you up and down like some above. Shaboom, and down and down and out and on. The life was
He's the second from the left. Gotta be. Guys, right as it is voice. Alright, number 2 has the owner's voice. Yeah. You motherfucker. Well, I already got the Oakley doing fucking parking. Thank you very much. The opponent, motherfucker. Not original poster. Ha.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sunny Summer.
You be sucking dick for the day?
Our drivers county teams, so fresh gets to move faster.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. If I could take you up and paradise up above, and you would tell me I'm the only that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, hello, boom, boom, boom. They are reading now. Shalai. Oh, 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 I go over the world. Life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would come true. Let me spend my whole life loving you. The life would be a dream, sweetheart. Oh, life would be a dream. So I can take you out the paradise of above. So tell me, darling, the life would be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, again. So hello, again. We get all right. If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life could be a dream, sweetheart. Now every time I look at you, something is on my mind. Do I want you to? Baby, sweet me sometime. Oh, life be a dream. If I could take you up in paradise up above, if you would tell me I'm the only one to know, life could be a dream, sweetheart. Shaboom, shaboom, ya la 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 la, shaboom, shaboom, ya la 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 la, shaboom, shaboom, ya la 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 la, shaboom.
The Chandels.
Yeah, listen to the same shit, you motherfucker.
At UBreak iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed every step of the way. Our trained technicians are equipped with the knowledge to get your device
Children behave. That's what they say when we're together. And watch how you play. They don't understand. So we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get to the night. And then you put your arms around me and we come to the ground and you say, what up right now? What up now? Beating of our hearts is the only sound. Look at the way we got high what we're doing. 'Cause what would they say? They never knew. And so we're fast as we can. Hold the one to the other's hand. Try to get away tonight. And then you put your arms around me and you come to the ground and you can stay. Alone now. Just right now. Alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound.
Rainwater. Rainwater.
We're made to fuck. We are made to fuck. We're,
Yeah, kind of, check for sure. Okay. Sorry, hold on, five issues. Check for sure.
Remember when Obama called Trump a dipshit?
Check for sure.
All the time Kim Kardashian rapped because I'm always half naked. Or when Arnold Schwarzenegger cussed himself with that. This is a deep fake too. I'm not Adele, but I am an expert in online manipulation. So deepfakes is a term used to describe video or audio files that have been created using artificial intelligence. My favorite is probably Lisa Vanderpump. It started as a very basic Facebook technique, and now it's turned into film-level CGI. There's been this huge explosion, like, oh my goodness, we can't trust anything. Deepfakes are eerily dystopian. and they're only going to get more realistic and cheaper.
Can't wait for the new Tupac. Starring Tupac himself.
If you look real close and study your area, you'll find human traffickers that live on Maple Street in Moretz. On Maple Street in Moretz. But it's partially cut. If you look real close,
Heavy panic, 8728 West, 3 North, the Wells residence.
Can't come back to bed.
Who will then advance our evil agendas through the legislative process. We'll also notify a network of media outlets in order to garner public support for politicians in control. We'll be running the world without anyone even knowing. What? So please don't be crossing the line. These ideas are supposed to be fun. Super villains, let's get super crazy. Right now, on to business. Taking over the world.
Can't come back to bed. 41.
हिमांशु नायक जी, अशोक जी, महेश कुमार जी, सभी लोगों को तहे दिल से, पीके जी, सभी लोगों को तहे दिल से शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद कि आपने डेली बेसिस पर 3 बजे का वेबिनार हमारा सुनते हैं और आपकी जो भी क्वालिटी आती है उसको देने की, लाइव सोल्व करने की। As you can see, we have been unusual out here watching and sending more threats this week. Better make it look kind. As you can see, we have been unusual out here watching and sending more threats. Better make it look kind.
This is why I'm going to feel it out in detail over stuff.
sound like gunshot.
Okay, that's what we said. Transportation.
Airport space.
Transport.
Okay, collecting steps.
It's time to discover the difference at the
You're not charity. You're a man. You're not fucking charity. With all of the Benjamin too many all these things that happen.
The Paul brothers are always so cheeky and sassy. I heard that in their latest podcast, they decided to call out some high-profile boxers and champs, including Mike Tyson. However, the thing that was kind of unpredicted is Mike Tyson's reaction was interesting. This is the Glamorous channel, and right now we're going to take a look at Mike Tyson's reaction to being called out by Paul brothers. Do you think they're going to see a live after this? Anyways, stay tuned to know all the details. The 2 minutes went without drama, but the whole thing always kept them highly relevant. This time, during a recent episode of Logan's Impulsive podcast, among others, they took a moment to discuss potential opponents. And they did well because they literally caught a big
I have the number for brothers if you'd like me to try.
podcast with these guys.
In today's episode, a kayak will be moisturized, a yata will be wet, and the truck will be hydrated. It doesn't take much to make it.
Well, that's okay. Now, what's the reason
It should be enough.
Right to the voicemail.
Here's a couple of stadium trucks doing what stadium trucks do the best. During 1995, 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps shops, there was a very special contender amongst the usual racing cars, a minivan. It was the 806 that was built to compete in the Pro Car 2 category. Obviously, to make it fast, they had to get a new suspension, new gearing, a low-fat, big new 65 engine, and a lot more. During qualifying, this van achieved third place in its category. which was a very good result.
I have a welfare check for 2 months strike. So there's a vehicle that's
Also, while
in the roadway blocking the roads, but it's 3 a.m.
safety cap for this
I'm in the vehicle, but now she's saying she's not sure if anyone is in the vehicle.
32, Skyline taking out. We started getting these notifications from Rick. I'm just like, huh. I checked my camera. These 2 guys are trying to break into my house. I hit the siren on my alarm. This guy from Poland built a second-generation Miata that does quite well off-road. I always thought that nothing can beat the sound of a classic Formula One car until this show, a 2016 Mazda RX-3. Patra trucks are famous for their off-road capabilities. Here is one of them testing its suspension. Here is another being pushed to its limits. Make sure to tighten your shoelaces and drag strips. Did you know that you can buy a Lamborghini engine for only $10,000? It comes with an Audi S6 attached to it. No, for real, the Audi S6 V10 shares the same engine with the Lamborghini Gallardo. The only difference is a slightly bigger engine system to adjust for the heavier weight of the Audi S6. Though, some people here Look, I'm holding like that from Japan. This tractor sounds better than most cars you see during car meets. This is Object 279. It was an experimental heavy freighter tank supposed to cross terrain that normal tanks would not be able to. It was only built to survive the initial shockwave of a nuclear explosion. This is a Citroën 2CV with a turbocharged 2-liter General Motors engine swap on the drag strip. Here's the vehicle with the expander exhaust. You love the sound of V10 engines, but only can afford a Volkswagen? No worries, just get Mark 5 Volkswagen Rabbit. Seems like being a truck driver in Turkey is quite stressful. Here's another Miata spitting flames. I always knew that the typical rotary prep reminded me something. Everyone is simply super is doing crazy stuff, but it just does not get boring. Just like this super that is mimicking a machine gun. This is of course being tested in Russia. Here is a classic Subaru Impreza STI Type R ripping mountain roads. For a four-cylinder engine, it sounds absolutely amazing. At this point, anything can sound good with the electric exhaust. Imagine what would be left of this car if it would be a semi-truck. Who would really sound better, the 2JZ or the Traverse 1.1 liter engine? My viewers sent me this video of this car with a very special feature.
This isn't a normal Elantra. It's a Elantra Soviet Union. Welcome, comrades, to the Soviet Union.
That's everything for today. All sources are in the description. Thank you for watching and have a nice day. That makes sense.
So you did what name? You're joking.
Just spray on that jar. It's on the shield. Let's really keep filling bacteria for 24 hours. Touch after touch. 2024.
I just bought
X-ray 43.
International
People
Scout.
using 180 third bales of the Asia
But this happens to be pretty
62 First Street, St.
ultra rare.
Fire Experience, Design
It's powered by
Award
an SD33T, which is Nissan turbo diesel, and it's backed by a 4-speed. It's rumored to be one of the most rarest in all of the land. Anyway, it's been sitting out on the farm for 18 years. I'm gonna try to get it running, drive it all the way from western North Dakota to 600 miles. Seems fine. Nope. But I got a cool seat cover. So like I was saying, the local farmer rancher owns this rig. He thinks he bought it somewhere in 02, 03. We're trying to figure that out. Drove it, produced a little bit of paint, parked her up. Instead of laying in the
tall grass there. We went ahead and loaded her up on the trailer, drug it into town here to my brother's place. This here, the roof only leaks a little bit, and there's some sort of concrete broken, uneven, cuts your back a lot. Still better than tall grass, kind of. So let's just take a look, walk around this thing, crank it up. I'd like to try to get in the back, see if we got any engine parts, stuff like that. Kind of the trunk. Get the inside and figure out how to pop this hood. I think it goes this way. Suicide hood? No, only doors. Sure. Alexa! Is there a suicide hood? So unfortunately, I don't have history on this rig other than when the feller I got it from, he bought it out of Montana. But I haven't been able to find anything like that so far. But it definitely wasn't in rusty states. I mean, it has rust, but nothing like Wisconsin or Michigan or Iowa, states like that. So I would assume it's probably been in Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota all its life. Every panel is dented, maybe this door. That's unfortunate. There you can see the diesel badges. But to be honest, this paint about has the absolute perfect temp. I'm already thinking about shine juice or maybe even polishing it. But it's got a lot of characteristics that are just based on some sort of aftermarket coverage, electronic stuff. You can break up on kind of an off-road half wheel. Got a push bar on it. I would assume this went right to the battery. Jump to the history off. Got some these on. Big old AC lights. Black heater. That's $4. Got a lot of super crispy. No hail damage or anything like that. Windshield. Yeah, that's probably that.
That's what I did for the whole
Usually you see these knocked in along the bridge. That's really hard to fix. As far as rust down below, nice big dent there. That's got some rust in it. This rocker is pretty clear shot. Thankfully, it's full of mud. It's nice and solid right now. Pretty good. That's that dent. Over here on this side, pretty good. A little bit of rust there. This rocker is much better condition. A little bit of rust there, but this is easily fixable. Over here, something like that. By the way, that's just my thought on that panel.
Drive west and 10 north. Drive west and 10 north. It's a roadway, it's a road, sports car missing a tire.
Jug, the 13 different types of mold on it. Really nice ball valves. You don't need one. Get 3 in a row. Must have been a serious job. Whole bunch of hydraulic hoses. canister. I see a jerk filler. So that's either missing indoor bath. That's fine. If I'm not sure why you would put a bag of your solid in the back of your vehicle, that is probably, yeah, that's rotting right floor. Really excited to see what's that. Real well. A little bit of rust around there. Not quite sure on that one. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. Put that back. Seems fine. But, you know, it's the bad. That's good. Let's see how bad it is underneath here. There is absolutely nothing left. There's a big hole. Hindsight being 9/14, maybe we should have just left it. I think it's way out of order. Whether this month or not, guys are going to hang on to it being it's so collectible. So, might as well run the old Sucker 500 through it right now. Get all this cleaned up while we're back here. And I'm going to show you this rust hole. It's there. It's impressive. What is that? You can see that big salt. What's really laying here? Up there. Right there. Kind of region. And unfortunately, it's just completely ruined this floor. You can actually even see the spring right there. So, I'm going to do the right thing and just do this. There we go. Here. That's fixed. Well, I'm already sweating. Let's jump into the cab, see what we got going on. I'm hoping the miles are just down there, but it's unlikely. There. These doors are actually really neat. They don't have the, you know, it's usually a here. Too bad they don't open very good. We'll get some juice on these too. See if we can break it around. This seat cover is just beautiful. Is this a rifle holder? It is. With or without the mouse boot. This seat cover is just, it makes the whole thing. There we go. I got a rifle holder after ready. Down here we can see 1980 International Harvester Company. Pretty cool. Like I was saying earlier, it was rocking it. It's down. Pedal wear. Pedal on the brake. Or the throttle. You can see the little bit though. This road they're putting on this is pretty good. But these two aren't showing a ton of miles, so that's kind of exciting. It has 13,171. Could that be 113 or 200? We've got a completely worn out seat. Steering wheel's not too bad. Pizza. Pedals. I don't know. You're going to speed loop it down there. Is this 113 or 213? I'm sure it's 113. Probably not. We have a little here. Oil changes in 1995. Not much. Temp, oil, amp, fuel. We've got a big player. Jensen. We're going to try that out early. And an equalizer. Ham Craddy. Well, feller didn't like to party much. I don't see a lot of bass or treble. That's okay. That's okay. Got some sort of aftermarket stuff holder. Of course, you got the 4-speed there, four-wheel drive. She's got tilt on it. Pretty loaded up that. We got some buttons down here. I'm assuming One of these mosquito lights up front. Don't know what the other one is. Engine stop. Diesel. There. We got, I think it's throttle. Yep. That's the throttle. Select the wire if you want to idle it up. Just run that out there. Too bad about the door tires. Sitting out. I bet they were in pretty decent shape. But this was sitting in really tall grass. And not very much stuff like that. Nice plates. Yeah, there we go. 2002 on that. So that lines up with what the seller was saying. He said he bought it in 2002. And he must have put the tires on in 2003. And that was it. What do we got back here? Pioneer boom boom. Both sides. And they're wired. Yeah. Old coat cup. Chevy hook calculator. Some really older seat. Environment. This seat, speaking of seats, is in immaculate condition. This thing looks brand new. Up the truck stop. Snap holder, just self-tap to the wall. That's approved. We got one over here. We do. Maybe that's the original. I don't know. I don't know how that works. That's really it up here. It's just, it's pretty basic. Well, let's pop the power barn. Hopefully the sand diesel's still in there. Works and stuff. That'd be neat. Moment of truth. Did overpaying for this vehicle pay off? Yep. And there's the term sheet. You guys have been asking me for a very long time. When are you going to do a diesel? Well, not only are we doing diesel, but we're doing it the sand and an international. This is really cool. It's rough, but all here. So the SD33 was kind of a quick extension. They put them in a lot of forklifts, marine, and commercial applications. But International didn't have a diesel small enough to fit it. So that's why they used the sand there. And 79 and 80, just very, very few of these were made. And this was the SD33T turbo, and there she is. Just a little sushi slicer hanging out down there. Battery's gone, of course. Filter, very dirty. It's all very dirty. There's tires everywhere. Really don't know what I'm looking at, but we're going to figure it out. I'm going to move soon. Not yet, there's the pedal yet. We'll wait for that. Looks like there's a bunch of vacuum lines and flux. I'm sure the lights have been in here, so they're not really getting the wiring and the hoses. Check out this side. Put up the pump over here. And so here's the pump. Just breathe. There. So here's the ether system. There's that button in there. So this shoots some ether right around into the air filtration system. Gives her no native gas. There you go. That must be the oil filter. So, I mean, it's all here. I mean, it looks like it legitimately was just part. We're just going to have to figure out why. I'm seeing a lot of miscellaneous, like part stores, wiring, crimps, clamps, loose wiring pretty much everywhere. It's a little bit concerning, but we'll work our way through it. Here we go. Originally an SD33. Very cool. 100 horsepower at 3,800. What was it? Sand was doing. I don't like these pairs. They're going to have to go right away. Not the original one. Here's the thing to do about it, figure 3. This thing is just shoehorned in here. I want to touch it on the crank, see if I can roll this thing over. But there's no room at all. So I think we're gonna go straight to salt paper in it, just on the ignition stick and see what happens. I'll check the oil really quick. Other than that, I don't know what's happening. I guess maybe see if the fuel gauge works. Throw this in here quick. Yep. Turn it forward. Now we drop the battery in. See what the old says. Yeah. This is the back battery out of the Cenex truck. I like it because it's got a gold handle. Plastic on it. Crank's been boiling for the last half hour, so maybe it'll do something. I got some clamp later. The Dapperoonies I gotta throw on here. These have the old eyelet hoses or whatever those things are. Yes. Okay. Guys should always carry miscellaneous clampulators. They're a little I'm gonna have to get my battery close application real quick. That was on. Oh, that was still right on. He's gonna hook this up. We're gonna run the fire test. It's sparkling. But just drink her in. Look for smoke and stuff like that. When ready to sit, especially out in the field, spice to get fire. You start these bricks down. Where? Do they get hot and healthy or anything? He did go on ahead and throw that bad battery in there. So I'm going to turn the heat in. This here go click. Nibble. Try to find some other battery or jump into something, I guess. Or make sure she's valid so we don't take the whole building down. Bring the thunder. Bring it again. I want to say I'm surprised, but no, not really. So this is weird. I roll the key forward, fuel gauge was all the way empty. I roll it to the back, A, C, the extra, you roll it back position, then it goes up to half or almost a 3/4 tank of bad diesel. But forward, it doesn't do anything. So I'm thinking that. It's definitely not juice late in the system. By the way, I picked up an air test here, but we'll put that in now. Oh, it did work. Get a bite down there. Is this ass seen on TV? Licking it? Oh, yeah, keep going. You just take this number. Okay, listen. Open your mouth really wide and push. Well, the plot has a thickened more than sheer size. I got 12.4 beams right on the battery. I think this goes back to having instrumentations in the miller position, but not forward. I think that ignition tumbler, or the rod, or the switch, something's broken. So we might have to get out the old Locomotive 6000 trigger. This little guy here has never let me down. Plus, I don't have to trigger something. Spins over right now. That's strange. Crank torque these wing nuts on with the tiny harding here. Because when I loosened them, the whole rig shifted. So, plan B, subsection 4, got this here old battery. It's from PUD from 2019. That's fine. Get this one out quick. Yeah. I think we just found out the instrumentation delay on your old dash there. There's this burnt, crispy wire wrapped in 14 layers of electrical tape. with an end that's barely on, that I see runs over to some sort of voltage regulator or clip-on fittings, and I think this has got to have juice to do things, stuff. So we're going to hook this up this time. Maybe he'll keep over it. I don't know. We're going to find out. It's easy. Craig's going to check the oil quick before we step on some more. There you go. So I think what a guy's going to do is just crank on it for a little bit and see if it builds a little oil pressure. We might crack the fuel rail there and see if we're getting close to that. I'm sure the diesel in it is rotten, but we're going to work with what we got right now. Smoke. Oh, off the tailpipe. So she's trying to fire actually already. It's not building any oil. Smell that? This may actually just I'm going to just try to crank here one more time before we go to spray. There is a primer on here. I'll show you in a second, but we're never priming it because there's some O-rings and stuff in there. It's going to be crispy, and if that breaks, we're out of commission. We're definitely not going to find that. Oh yeah, she definitely wants to run. I'm going to just spritz it a little puff of gas here. Spritz. I thought I was going to idle. It fired. Very, very smoky, but it fired up. He's going to spray it again here. I don't know if the glow plugs work, but I'm going to reach in here and hold the button for 10 seconds. Let's try that. He's trying it right now. He's already idling. That sounded pretty good. There's no banging or clanging or knocking or nothing. Well, that's great. Now you can tell by the look at my face. I am pumped right now. This thing, after sitting for 18 years, took 4 to 5 sprays of huff gas, fired up, sat here and idle. You can definitely tell the diesel fuel is completely rotten. It smells terrible here. Like really, really bad. But I think at this point, we're going to change the oil before we run this any longer, check the coolant, fix some of these vacuum lines and things like that, and then we're going to fire it back up and see if we can run this a little bit longer. See if all the gaskets and stuff do what they're supposed to do if we get any leaks. The biggest one for me is the head gasket. You got to get some heat into that thing and see what happens. Then we'll move on to cleansing. Here's last, very last, brakes. I didn't get a chance to jump in there and check the weight or anything like that. What we're going to do is just get her up in there, change the oil quick, change the filter, and then we'll check like the rack and other stuff like that. I got a couple of vacuum lines over here to fix. One goes in here to see. And I think the other one is the gas recirculation facility thing. Something like that. Shot some juice down in here on the throttle linkage because that was kind of sticking. Switch in here with the mouse. Eight wires on. Don't worry about that. Right now, I'm figuring out if it's on for it. Not sure. If you didn't try to use it, try that also. Yes. Maybe just slide these under and start jacking. Eventually they're going to get something. Listen for a bend or a crack. It's a bend. Keep going. I'm still pretty shocked about how easy this thing fired up. That's one of the great things about diesel. There's so indestructible. And fuel much run off of anything. And that fuel tank most likely isn't even rusty, just different scientific properties. One nice piece of fuel versus gas, yada yada. So it's going to be smoky and smell terrible, but it's going to run just fine-ish off of what's in here. We get her on the road, one of the first stops at the fuel station. Drops fresh, ultra gray diesel in this thing. Is this high enough? Oh yeah, it's higher than Willing House.
You're having a little rusty on the driver's floor. This is a port side. It's like a sea channel. But the open channel is facing forward. Still mud, sand, and whatever. But we got a hole here, a hole here. Very crispy.
So a couple things. One, I didn't jack up the wrong side. Destination purchase at the moment. Two, speed on the bench is the way to go. Pull that off. Five, what was this still doing? Crane said this oil is good. We're going to have to debate later. Is that a month? Might be. I'm looking at it. Also, there's no muffler on this. She's straight pipe. Probably going to have to put a chrome tip on it. Pull barrels out. This is where it's going to get messier than murder girl. This has a canister type filter. So there's a metal case. There's just an element that you stick inside of that. Rolling that off. This kind of everywhere, including in the it does have a little drain in it, so I'm going to try to drain that first. I'm assuming and hoping we built some oil pressure there when I a little bit. So it should be full. And then we'll swap that out. We'll put some fresh stuff in. Well, I did take my time. I took some breaks, rejuvenated the canister, got her nice and clean. Threw in a Wix filter, got that all buttoned up. Gonna let her back down now. Some new Earl in her. And then, like I said, we'll check on the ice cube juice and some other things. I'm excited to fire this thing back up next to the middle, see if we can bring it to temperature, and also see how bad the thermostat's done. Today's flavor is one of my favorite built gel milk. T6, 1540, heavy duty diesel oil. It actually really makes sense this time, but I actually also run this in my gas engine all the time. The last oil brown that has all the dinosaurs, vitamins, zinc, still in it. Really great for flat top cams. And the best part is you don't have to pay all those really expensive prices of fancy race oil, stuff like that. That's oh, that's already bad. It's busted. Got the make it gooder up on the battery. We'll boil that just for good measure. Well, we got nothing as far as ice cream juice. We'll go find some and cut top her off. Hopefully, blow a rad hose or the radiator itself ain't leaking. Find those parts. I never really know that he's going to get. I've worked on rigs that have sat for 30 years and had something in there. For just a couple of years and they're dry. I don't know why. It's just the way it is, I guess. I don't hear anything for yet, but much too lazy to go look. So, just going to keep dumping it in up here. Oh. Now stuff sitting on the floor. I think it's from the top. Not sure. Let's say it's full. Oh, yeah. Wonder if a guy could go ahead and just fire it up now. Let her idle for a bit. And they can get a light in here. Start looking for leaks or anything not good. Basically, the biggest one for me is the head gasket. Make sure that comes back around correctly. Oh, come on now. Little puff of gas. Or lightning. Yeah, about 40. Oh, the lights are flickering. That's when you know it's real good. No idea if the glow plugs work, but I'm gonna try these real quick. Bring the thunder. Bring it again. There we go. Oil pressure. It's all got OP all that. Say we got half gauge. Don't know how many LPs that is, but seems to be in the middle. That's just fine. Kind of hard starting again, but having just sat in field grass for 18 years, I think that's okay. That's good. Got a new field filter. Might help bring that around a little bit more. Still chasing one down half the time like that. Nothing up to the line is leaking. We got a little leak here. I think it's the fuel return time. Got this little fuel line off that was leaking. Sure, there is a hole in it from that cable that it was zip tied to. Just wobbled the hole right through. Let's not do that again. I'll definitely put some things in though. Just because. There we go. Now we'll fire it back up and see if we got anything else going on. Oh yeah, we're not dead. Fix that back in the lens quick. Yeah. Oh, come on. Well, the glove lock seemed to work, which is great. I replaced that line already. I just got to move the clamp. And then this was unclogged. I use the handle, throttle her up a little bit. See if we can get it up to temperature. Oil pressure looks pretty good. It's charging. We got 3/4 tank fuel, but that seems pretty low. I'm not sure if that's even going to work. I'm going to scoop around and see if I can find what the super is on the engine and make sure that that's connected and everything's good with gas. The temp sitting there is like water neck. That looks fine. Still not circulating. It goes a little bit. So, a couple more minutes. Hopefully we can get this thing circulating and start looking for leaks. Probably idle there for 15, 20 minutes. The old temp gauge. It stayed right in the middle of that operating range. Didn't see anything leaking. We think, well, we'll just see some great things happening here soon. Thermostat's working. Sort of things looking pretty good. good. I think at this point, we're going to go ahead and change on the brake filter belt, which also snips over and snags on the old PS, go left, go right selector belt. And then there's another belt that runs this thing that creates centralization. The brake booster, we'll replace that too because it looks more brittle than Bob Barker. The downside is, how do you can't, your hands don't fit in there. We're going to have to figure out how to loosen them up, stick around the fan. This could take a while. I'm not one of the engineers, but this is kind of a important thing to sucker in there. You could rub the steering gearbox nonstop. You're supposed to rub there. We're not going to find or the upper radicals anywhere. I got a cap on these. This one is smoking. Anyway, down there you can see it. There's a belt that also runs across the face of the charging rail here. And I think maybe that's 2 bolts. This is that one up. The great news is that's a complete work. There's like absolutely none there. And I think that there's a couple bolts on the bottom of this. You have to slide the whole unit. And we can fish one off, fish it or not. Well, I say fish it off instead of, cut on it. By getting the new ones on, it's tough. So those are those 2 bolts that I'm moving to. I think we just loosen them up, slide this over, and then this belt's on there. One just rides over top of it, and the other one goes to the steering. So, I don't have one of those. Oh well. Got this belt on after a fight. Of course, it's too big. We're going to ignore that. We're at the end of the pro down here. I think there used to be a bolt on the side. Yeah, it's probably double nutted. This forward and back. That's gone. I'm going to do the right thing and not do the other ones. Because technically, this should run the fan and the only water pump. That's really all we need here, even if it doesn't charge or if it's hard steering. There should be nothing electricity unless I get the tape deck working. Whilst bending this out, stretch that belt, I must hit this line down here. We're just about to test this diesel with this spraying out. That's how loose the belt was. But on the back end like that, that's weird. That's reboiling from 17 times and just waiting at this point. I'm sure I have to crack that open and see if there's anything. A little bit. Here. The guy let her eggs through there and wiped her up a little bit too. No, not her off. All good. Here's that here. It's actually a good sign. Front has juice in it. That means hopefully there's not a line burst or something like that. What we have to watch for now is these soft lines to like spray to the thing. Stop. When you get the brake, it'll allow pressure fluid through, but then it's constricted on the back and locks up the caliper. That's the Cadillac that I did. So I did the right thing to play stricter off basically.
break or learn a new trade without tuition? A job at Amazon can help. We offer free career courses and we even help with tuition. Start at Amazon and you could be starting a whole new career path. Learn more at amazon.com/jobs. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
How about the auto grenade operation? Checking to see if I can locate that doesn't meet that key. 293 North Harrison, okay? I'm sorry, 39. Okay. Dream dispatching ambulance out to 411 North Cleveland for an 81-year-old female adult. Or make sure it's on. Female.
Trial disappears because of Derek Chauvin and murder. That's not enough for you? What about the federal government that's monitoring several police departments in the country? That's not enough for you? You need communist China's input? Communist Cuba's approval? You're like an idiotic, simplistic type of loser. You're not doing anything but creating division nationally and internationally. And speaking of Cuba, why aren't you taking measures so it's protecting the rights of the downtrodden and making sure that no one suffers from bias? Why aren't you supporting the Cuban people 90 miles? Why is your Homeland Secretary, Mayorkas, saying not only that Cuban refugees should not come here, but that if they do, they'll be returned? Are you in favor of Cuba, a Marxist organization supported by another Marxist organization, Black Lives Matter? Why would you like from the southern border in, but not the Cubans? Republicans, and they will turn Florida a solid red, so you have to stop that. You invite a scandal-ridden organization, the United Nations, with its own history of corruption, to come here and judge us. The United Nations that has over 100 resolutions condemning the state of Israel, the one democracy in the Middle East. The same United Nations with its pristine force that failed to stop the massacre of more than 8,000 men and boys by Bosnian forces. The same United Nations with its oil for food scandal, or sex abuse scandals by UN peacekeepers in Haiti occurred. The UN, where millions of dollars in cash were funneled to aid North Korean leader Kim Jong-il. Everyone knows what the United Nations is.
The U.S. is asking the United Nations, a cesspool of political lies, to come into the United States and investigate us on human rights. We look so ridiculous in the eyes of the world right now.
And remember, it was the UN World Health Organization that lied to us about the COVID-19 pandemic. Do you think that the end game here will be the UN labeling the United States as a racist, oppressive nation? It certainly will happen. But it goes beyond identifying the United States as a racist nation and cementing the Democrat narrative. They will recommend liberation. This week, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, urged a wide range of reparations over racism and as their country fully fund a wide range of reparation measures to address the legacies of slavery, colonial rule, and racial discrimination. It will go beyond identifying the United States as a racist nation. The drumbeat has begun.
Toyota has arrived. We got new ownership and a new goal to be the number.
All right, well, I'll tell you what is good. Dan Bongino, he's one of my favorites.
True.
He's here. He's a little special with Dan Bongino and the Dan Bongino Show on Fox Nation. Former NYPD officer and former Secret Service agent and friend, my good friend Dan.
Hey, thank you. I have Pete on my show tonight, by the way, and there's a little question I popped about Chick-fil-A too. So, unintentional segment. Yeah, I got a little surprise video too for the end of the segment. It's Hot Day about Pete, right, Pete?
This is how Dan operates. Dan says you got two topics on your segment, and he comes one on you.
Yes, I did it to Jesse last week, and I popped the video on. You're gonna love it. I promise. We catch you. Pete breaks the golden rule of breakfast nearly every week. You have to find out what it is on the show tonight. What is the golden
Well, Dan, somebody else broke the golden rule at the White House. That was Peter Doocy by asking a really tough question because nobody else does, frankly. And he asked Jen Psaki, how long have the administration's been spying on us? Take a look.
For how long has the administration been spying on people's Facebook profiles looking for vaccine misinformation?
That was pretty good and an accurate question, which I would refer you to our biggest concern here, and I really think it should be your biggest concern is the number of people who are dying right now getting misinformation that is leading them to not take a vaccine.
Concern though, I think for a lot of people on Facebook right now is this big
I'm concerned about that than people dying across the country because of a pandemic where misinformation is traveling on social media platforms. That feels unlikely to me. If you could back that up, I'm happy to discuss it.
Dan, what's more dangerous? Losing our First Amendment rights or Big Brother, as Juicy said, or asked her?
Listen, Rachel, I've been watching the show the entire time, and you're right. One, it's a straw man argument she sets up. That's not the question Peter asked. you must want people to die. That's not what Peter said. He asked a very simple question. Are you monitoring people on Facebook or are you not? Because the day before, Jen Psaki said, and the White House crew up at the lectern said, we are monitoring 12 accounts on Facebook that promote what they categorize as misinformation. Guys, she said it, not Peter. Peter asked a very simple question. Is the government monitoring a Facebook account like you said, or are you not? And she does what every tyrannical propagandist in human history has done. She doesn't answer the question, she switches it to a different question. You must want people to die. And you said earlier, Rachel, listen, even if that was the question, which it wasn't, you know what? Yeah, I am concerned about people's rights to freedom and free speech over government. And I don't want people to die, but that's a serious question. Let me make this argument to you right now. The biggest threat, it may be a controversial one, but it's real. The biggest threat to freedom of speech in the country right now is not the government. That's actually number two. They're a big difference. The biggest threat are the big tech companies. Because the public space is now almost entirely encompassed by Facebook and Twitter. That's where the political arguments are happening. It doesn't matter, Rachel, abortion arguments, gun control arguments, tax arguments. If you can't speak, you will never make the argument, and the elections, forget it. We lost before it even began.
Dan, you mentioned threat number one and threat number two, but what's so stunning about this week is they're coming out and saying it and admitting it, but making a case for the fact that the White House should be working with big tech and the other way around to determine what was misinformation, which is intentionally vague. It is Orwellian doublespeak. They want it to be vague so they can define it. They're colluding to define misinformation, and they're saying it out loud. Dan, I can't think of anything more dangerous.
Yeah, and listen, I know liberals have a tough time with this because they have this tyrannical inclination to nature, but maybe if we switch the script a little bit and describe it this way, maybe you'd understand how dangerous this is, allowing the government to deputize private entities to do what the government can't do, which is to abridge free speech. Let's say a Republican administration came out and said, hey guys, listen, there's a lot of information out there about firearm usage in the United States, which, by the way, Pete, you all know. I mean, it's probably, the argument over the Second Amendment is liberal misinformation on, right? So what if they came out and said, here's the data, liberals are lying about gun control, the effects of gun control, we know it, they're lying about it. So what we're going to do is, because it's a constitutional right to own a firearm, we're going to work with Facebook to protect that constitutional right and get rid of the misinformation liberals are putting out there about gun control working in Chicago. Liberals would be on this network, Cujo style, foaming at the mouth, clawing at their faces, with their caps on, screaming the sky in rage. And that's a constitutional right. No, we're protecting the right to the Second Amendment. You have a right to speak out about that whatever you want. And the White House is doing the exact same thing. Please tell me, any lib listening to the show, please explain to me how what I just said is any different than what the White House is proposing now. You can't. That's why you start screaming at the sky, you throw the pink hat on, and you start foaming at the mouth, because the truth hurts, and you know it.
Speaking of threats, you ranked threats a moment ago, Pete, big tech, government. I think you left out Republicans, though. That's according to Miles Taylor, who's a former chief of staff to the Secretary, who was the famous anonymous source inside the Trump administration. He was on MSNBC with an astonishing bit of sound and pictures here, Dan. I want you to know.
2904-7132.
Career not as a political operative. I've never worked on a campaign in my life other than campaigning against Trump. I'm a national security guy working national security against ISIS and Al Qaeda and Russia. And the number one national security threat I've ever seen in my life to this country's democracy is the party that I'm in, the Republican Party. It is the national security threat to the United States of America.
You know, Dan, I think this Yahoo only represents one moment, but that moment is part of a climate of increasing hyperbole. Do you think about Joe Biden saying we are now more divided since any point since the Civil War? Or was it Matthew Dowd the other day describing the events of January 6th as worse than 9/11? And then you add to it this, there's no end to this hyperventilating, this really divisive rhetoric.
Listen, Miles Taylor is clearly running out of life. Nobody's interested in his rather boring life. So what did he do? he figured he could. I know the business you've been in. He emailed the booker and he said, "Oh my gosh, if I say something outrageous, I'll get on TV." And he wrote to the booker, "I'll come on and I'll say the Republican Party's like, you know, whatever." You all know that's what happened. So let's not pretend this guy's any deeper than that. He's a superficial zero. The guy doesn't have anything going for him in his life. But here's the hilarious part. What did you guys catch about that clip? Who's on that panel? He's talking about Eric Swalwell. He's on with Eric Swalwell. He's on with the Chinese spy guy. He's in a panel on MSNBC with the Chinese spy guy. Did anybody catch that? I'm watching this on return like, this can't be real. He's on the Chinese spy guy. I'm talking about national security. I give up. You can't make this stuff up.
Well, it's just some kind of, I thought ISIS, you know, I'm a national security guy. It's makes you feel real good about our security.
Yeah, if that's who's leading the charge, we're all in trouble.
By the way, you get lots of time to talk about TV, but you're going to get an opportunity to talk at the Turning Point Student Action Summit as well. I'll see you down there. Give us a preview. What are you going to talk about?
You know, I can't wait to see you guys down there. I'm really looking forward to it. Whenever I get in front of these it's really hard to be a conservative. I mean, listen, Rick, so you're going to go through it as long as I have for decades. It's hard to be, in this movement, college kid on a college campus. I always tell them they're the real renegades now. They're the real misfits. They're the real tough guys now. It's hard to be college kids. And I make the fun to use the Teddy Atlas in that analogy. Teddy Atlas said once, famous boxing trainer, he said, truth comes to people in many ways, but it comes real quickly. And we're all under fire now. We're all in the ring. We're all getting hurt. And Teddy said, you learn a lot about yourself. And we're getting punched right now. And I think a lot of conservatives learn a lot about how strong they are.
I'm not getting anything yet. I don't know if it'll leave this year or what it is. I haven't tried running it. So.
Senator Rick Scott, all of them speaking today. Fox Nation is going to stream it all. It's the Turning Point Summit. You can get your subscription at Fox Nation with the code SAS. That's exactly. The conference starts today, goes for Tuesday. Don't miss Dan's speech. I've had a chance to hear him before. It's phenomenal. You go to Fox Nation, put in SAS. Dave Mangino, have a great Saturday, brother.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks.
Hi, Ferris in the mix. Take part in the Chicago Ducky Derby, benefiting Special Olympics, Illinois. A dock is up for $5 and you automatically enter to win a 2021 Chevy ticket. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com/Ducky Derby for more details.
I did not catch up with a vehicle that had a very large bottle of alcohol.
Deferred action for childhood or life.
Interstate show. I've been see if I can catch up with them, but I think he's gone westbound on court.
For the time being. It's an Obama-era immigration program that prevents certain illegal immigrants from being deported. Well, joining us now in reaction is the co-host of former White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, along with Fox
It was a blue, very large blue Chevy truck or GMC. That's 2 tons. And
I want to start with you
or something on
because
the
you've
back
been
of
so
the truck.
involved and engaged on immigration policy for President Trump. What do you think tonight?
Well, the ruling is a huge victory for the U.S. Constitution. Unfortunately, the judge did stay his ruling, so it's not going to mean that the work permits and the government benefits that have been given to hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants will be canceled. Those will continue, and so the law will continue. But on the merits is an incredibly important moment for the U.S. Constitution to say that the executive can't make law. The executive cannot give amnesty to people through fiat that Congress has refused to give time and time again. Unfortunately, this president that we now have, Joe Biden, has issued a number of memoranda that, just like DACA, are plainly illegal, create new immigration law out of nothing at all, and administration, America's First Legal, is taking this president to court along with many of our great attorney general to sue over those very policies. No, this is a developing story, such an important one, and we will continue to monitor it, and I'm sure we'll be coming to you with a lot of questions for it. But let's shift back now to what happened at the White House. I want to get your perspective. You stood on that podium before, but I got to tell you, what I hear this White House doing is colluding with Facebook to take down accounts to censor people. Some would call that spying. It's truly stunning to me, the openness in which they admit that, yes, they are doing this.
You just hit a key point, which is the openness with which they are doing this. I mean, I was literally, I hear a lot of things that in the White House press briefings I take issue with, or I know it's perception, not a truthful matter was being exposed to us, like saying Republicans want to defund the police, but I literally almost fell out of my chair when I heard an admission from the podium that they're working with social media companies to censor. I mean, this is the crux, Jason, of the lawsuit put forward by President Trump, that class action lawsuit. He says social media is colluding with the government and thus becoming state actors and trampling on the First Amendment. People said, oh, no, that's crazy. President Trump, that's crazy. It was admitted from the podium and doubled down on today. And what a very poor cleanup effort. I heard something in that soundbite about, well, people care less about Big Brother and more about saving lives. That's not how the First Amendment works. You have free speech in this country with few exceptions like obscenity, child pornography, and real threats. You have the ability to speak, and the government cannot tell a company to censor you. I think they've got a lot of legal morass and trouble coming their way after that press briefing.
Yeah, the federal government, Joe, is supposed to be the regulator of this organization, but they're colluding with this organization to take down what they define as misinformation. Now, misinformation, how does the government and Facebook, the Facebook gods, determine what misinformation is? Precisely, and I like the word colluding because it fits. If the White House is colluding with Facebook on what is right and wrong speech, per their definitions, then every news item leading to the administration can also ultimately be censored or suppressed outside of COVID. Now, you saw Jen Psaki before. She said the administration is simply what? Working with Facebook, that misinformation. But who gets to define what misinformation is? The White House? So, look, one has to believe, Jason, that A, Facebook is not biased, serving at the pleasure of the Democratic Party. Of course it is. And of course, Facebook is acting in good faith. You have to believe that. It doesn't. And Facebook fact-checking the past in terms of having a good track record? Yeah, no. Because remember, about a month ago, if you posted anything in terms of did COVID come from a lab in China, that was suppressed and censored because it was deemed misinformation. And many in the media and the Democratic Party called it a reckless conspiracy theory. Misinformation. Now suddenly it's a real possibility, as even Democrats conceded. So Facebook also censored any misinformation about Hunter Biden's laptop, or remember that, Russian disinformation. So not exactly a shining track record here. Here's your takeaway. Poll after poll after poll says that a majority of Americans, including Democrats, support breaking up big tech. But as long as Democrats are in power and they benefit from big tech, that ain't going to happen, Jason. Yeah, they're carrying the water. And to see one of the biggest concerns that I have is now you get these reports and they're admitting that they are not only going to go and look at social media, but they want to go after your direct messages, one-on-one communication with whoever you choose to, a suspicionless American talking to other Americans. It doesn't get any scarier than that. Whether you're talking about this, whether you're talking about what's happening on the border or DACA, it's about the Constitution being thrown out the window. The other two guests had it exactly right, Joe and Kaylee. This is state censorship. Authoritarianism from the left has now reached a full gallop. Apparently, Jen Psaki did not understand the lesson from 1984 when presumably she was in high school. It was not intended as a governing blueprint. It was intended as a cautionary tale. And to hear her at the press podium talk about government censorship as a positive good is truly chilling. Going after Americans with the mighty power of government in collusion with to take away their free speech, to take away their platform, to take away their livelihood. to invade their private province, to private domain as citizens or to express themselves. This is something out of an autocracy. And as Kaylee said, it is a huge gift to President Trump because Jen Psaki admitted now, with the White House seal behind her, that big tech is doing the bidding of big government, and that makes it unconstitutional.
Caitlin, going into 2022, I mean, if the Democrats think that it's misinformation to take a different policy position than the current administration, Democrat running in some congressional district, presumably they can either get that taken down or have it suppressed or have a warning label slapped on it.
Oh, we've already seen it happen. Here in Florida, Governor DeSantis had Dr. Scott Atlas, a fantastic colleague that I used to work with from Stanford. There are other Yale scholars on the people that Governor DeSantis hosted, very well credentialed academics. And they merely talked about children not wearing masks, citing all of the harm they do. The World Health Organization already says small children should not be wearing masks. But when Governor DeSantis and Stanford and Yale experts said it, YouTube took the pin off the platform. That is censorship designed to do exactly what you said, censor a political rival. This will become political, and I'll tell you this, they will never, to your point, censor lies about Lafayette Square, lies about COVID origins. They will never censor any of the lies told about President Trump or Russia collusion, Russia monkeys. I could go on and on. Where is that censorship? It doesn't exist.
Joe, you know, one of the things that strikes me too is, where are all the liberals? You know, the true liberal who doesn't like big government, that wouldn't like censorship, and stuff, they're like totally gone. They've been totally wiped off the face of the planet and gone to this radical, far, far left of the party that does believe in socialism, does believe in communism, does believe that there should be state control. It strikes me that this idea of a liberal has actually gone out the door. That's the amazing part, right? I'm old enough to remember the Patriot Act, which was enacted right after 9/11, right? And the excuse was the same as we're hearing from this White House. We need to save American lives, therefore we will trample on the individual rights of people's privacy. I didn't agree with that then, I don't agree with that now. And back then, remember, that was a Republican in power. The point is that in these situations, you can't use, you want to save your life, therefore we are now going to spy on you. We're going to infringe on what you have as privacy in order to save you. And by the way, I don't think anybody's really going on Facebook and seeing some things that are on there and saying, you know what, I was going to get the vaccine, but now I'm not. Because the flu vaccine, only 48% of people in this country get the flu vaccine. Maybe some people just don't like vaccines. I got the vaccine. I'm happy with it. I think it's very effective. My family got it, but I'm not going to judge anybody who doesn't want to get it. And I'm certainly not naive enough to think that because of social media, that's people, like the president said. Maybe just some people don't like to put a foreign substance in their body that hasn't been around for very long. I don't agree with it, but I respect their right to that opinion in terms of what they do with their bodies, Jason. Yeah, look, this is the United States of America where self-determination is so important. I got the vaccine, my wife got the vaccine, I believe in it. But you know what? I respect other people get to make their own decision, and I don't need the gods of Facebook colluding with the federal government and the government bureaucrats to make these types of determinations. Joe, Kaylee, Stephen, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. We really do appreciate it.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. Earning up to $250 with a new Midland States Bank checking account is as easy as 1, 2, 3. At midlandsp.com/250 or stop by a branch near you. Midland States Bank.
Who else is going to Pearl Freedom? Laura Trump. Are you sure? We know it for a fact that she is. Laura, thanks so much for joining the program today. Good morning. We want to weigh in on what's happening in Cuba and all of those. You spent a lot of time in Florida with those folks, and they are anti-socialism. We saw that. What about this fight that is happening in Cuba right now and the White House response to those folks?
Well, it's really the lack of White House response, Lawrence. I think to me, we really have not heard very much at all from the administration from President Biden. And look, you're right. I got to spend so much time in South Florida on the campaign trail, and I met so many Americans, either people that were refugees that escaped, under Castro, people whose families have come here from Cuba. They told me that what they expect to see in America is frighteningly close to what they started to see happen in Cuba over 60 years ago. It is time to give people freedom in Cuba, period. I don't know anybody that disagrees with that. It's funny whenever you don't hear, by the way, from the AOCs of the world, from the centers of the world, the people that have been pushing these socialist, communist ideas on America. Where are they in this fight? Everybody should be up alongside Cubans, but I hope we as Americans take this as a warning. When you start censoring information, like we saw happen during the campaign last year, when you start censoring information on social media, when you take the sitting president of the United States off of social media, is a slippery slope, and it's very easy to see how these folks ended up in this place in Cuba. We should take it as a warning in America. Freedom isn't free. We have to fight. Let's make sure we never find ourselves in the same place as these poor people in Cuba.
Absolutely. And for the first things we heard from the administration on Monday morning were, the protests in Havana were a manifestation because they were sick and tired of the COVID. It was all about the COVID. Then the administration came out and said, we stand by the people. So, we haven't really heard Joe Biden come out and denounce communism. The reason people are in the streets is they hate communism. It's terrible. So you got to figure when Peter Doocy asked the administration yesterday about communism, this is their chance to say, yeah, communism is terrible. Do they? Let's roll the tape.
Do you think that people don't like communism?
I think we've been pretty clear that we think people are leaving Cuba, or not leaving Cuba, or protesting in the streets as well, because they are opposed to the oppression, to the mismanagement of the government in the country. And we certainly support their right to protest. We support their efforts to speak against their treatment in Cuba.
So they support the right to speak out, but where's the communism is terrible? We should embrace these people if they want to come to the States. Where's that part?
Well, you would think that in the United States of America, it wouldn't be too much of the press secretary for the President of the United States to say very simply, point blank, we do not agree with communism. It is bad. It has never worked anywhere. But Steve, you're right. Why aren't they saying that? What's behind the curtain here? Why can't they come out and say what we've seen happen in Cuba is terrible? Let's never happen, and let's make sure it never happens in America. They're not doing that. It's kind of confusing, I think, to so many Americans. It's a great question. I'd love to get that answer, but I think for so many people have been very wary of what has been happening in America, and they're afraid. They're sitting down the same path. Maybe you don't want to come out and say that. It's to socialize America. If your end game is to make it fully reliant on the government. So I don't know the answer to that question, but perhaps that's one possibility.
Laura, I know you grew up in North Carolina. You went to UNC. No, not UNC, sorry. UNC. Don't confuse them. Great colleges, though, in North Carolina. NC State, UNC, Duke there, and Davidson is there. And Davidson has a reputation as being extremely tough to get into. A great school, but they have this force now, and it's called Abolish the Police. Can you believe that in North Carolina? We asked the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Ross earlier, he was on with Steve, and Steve asked him about this. This is Lieutenant Governor, your Lieutenant Governor weigh in.
The type of the force itself is very concerning. What we have seen over the last couple of years with this anti-police rhetoric, conservatives and folks on my side of the aisle, we have been screaming from the rafters that this is going to have dreadful effects on the many communities around the nation, and that is proven true. We see this fighting browbeaten and denigrating and defunding our police agencies across the country. We see the dreadful effects.
Laura, what do you
I think I was 65, I've seen more little ladies drive not answering the other check.
Well, first of all, it's terrible. I cannot believe that a college institution is allowed to do this. I think it's awful. But when did we stop educating our kids and instead start indoctrinating them? That is exactly what this feels like to me. It's funny, it is about police, this whole course apparently. They do not even have a police officer coming to talk to the kids. Wouldn't you think that if you were teaching a course on policing, basically asking this course, what is policing? Shouldn't we have a law enforcement officer there?
They finally answered their question.
But the answer to that is they don't want They don't want a man or a woman there as a law enforcement officer because it would actually show that law enforcement works. You go to any run major city in America where they have taken funding away from their police and you see crime skyrocketing, people leaving these cities in droves because we know that policing works. And instead of actually teaching people to hate the police, what about teaching our youth to respect police officers? Gosh, I have to think that if instead of teaching us to hate one another, we teach about respect, gosh, there would be so many fewer instances, you would think, of bad situations like we've seen happen before. Let's all respect and love one another and come to the conclusion that it's true, that it is because of our law enforcement that we get to live in the greatest country in the world, that keep us safe. And gosh, I hate to see something like this happen, especially, you're right, Ingrid, in my home state of Montana.
When we reach out to the college, this is what they have to say. We focus on studies that are liberating and dedicate ourselves to the quest for truth. Not any class, whatever its title reflects that, covers a subject worth studying. Laura, it's not just this course. It is what's happening on the college campuses. I covered it for years. It's happening in high schools today. The indoctrination that is taking place. Do you think conservatives are going to start taking this issue seriously now and beating these schools to the punch, educating at home?
I think they are. I talked to so many people who in the past year, that's one thing I think that COVID really did, is it showed people that you can homeschool your kids and what a great thing to do, especially when you see the indoctrination, when you see the critical race theory that they're teaching kids in the school, teaching us to hate one another instead of love each other. I think that you're going to see more and more people start to homeschool their kids, especially when you got courses like this on college campuses, especially whenever they have full mask mandates now for kids in school coming up, starting in the fall
game, where the governor of the great state of Florida, Ron DeSantis, was seen not wearing a mask, and later he said, "How the hell am I going to drink a beer with my mask on?" That is one of the slogans that on his website, he's selling beer cozies and t-shirts and stuff like that. Other things say, "Don't Fauci my Florida." That sells for $12 because we look at cozies or koozies or stubby cozy.
Whatever you call it.
She's from North Carolina.
She says koozie, I bet.
That's right, it is a koozie. I know. I don't know what I'm talking about, Steve.
All right, I'm just saying. I'm representing the other half of America that thinks it's a cozy. Look at Randy Weingarten, the head of the big teachers union. She said regarding his merchandise, disgusting. Millions of Americans are going to die for Ron DeSantis. He's ignorant and he's choosing to profit from it. He doesn't care about Floridians. He cares about furthering his own poor agenda. What do you say to the head of the teachers union?
Wow, well, millions is quite a number. I'm not sure where she got that. That would be maybe take a math course because I don't actually see how that's possible. But aside from that, look, here's what I have to say. Is that I worked for the Law's campaign, and I know we were constantly trying to come up with things that we thought people would want to buy so that we could raise money. I guarantee this is going to sell out. Every person, not just in Florida, but across America, is going to want one of these koozies, Steve. Over the summer, this was actually a brilliant move by the DeSantis campaign. And can we be a little bit lighthearted? I mean, right, people probably take beer out of these things. And if you look at Florida, by and large, they should have been the model for every state. You didn't see the mask mandates long term there. You saw that small businesses were able to survive.
survive, unlike many Democrat-run states across America. Gosh, they certainly weren't, killing so many elderly people in assisted living homes like the governor of New York did. So I would think that whenever you look at the big picture here, Florida did the right thing. So let them drink some beer out of their don't Fauci my Florida koozies, for goodness sake.
It's a lighthearted moment. My only criticism is that my state of Texas didn't do it first. So now I can't buy it because I just can't represent another state. This beer from North Carolina. You got to keep your state first.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I hope you get one, Lawrence. I'll send you one anyway.
I appreciate it. Y'all got to follow her on Instagram too. She's working out in the gym every day.
What did you just finish? I saw the picture of you at the race with the other two ladies.
Oh yeah, I did the New York City Triathlon on Sunday.
Of course.
Of course you did, yeah.
I knew it.
I gotta do this ride next year. This looks amazing. I hope I can get for it. It would be incredible.
All right, and it's going to kick off in about half an hour. Well, thank you very much for joining us live today.
Thanks, Laura.
What do you think, Joy?
Well, it's critical. And I know that Republicans are nostalgic for the 50s. I didn't know it was the 1850s. I mean, we are entering what I see as a new version of the Dark Ages.
You mean 1854, when the Republican Party was formed to oppose slavery? Happy Friday, everyone! Almost the weekend, or what Pat likes to call a 2-day blackout. Speaking of, Lisa Bruce's best in show, quite an achievement. What? So why not? Somebody had a problem. But well, I guess we should be grateful given her and Pat's commute to the studio today. I think that's bad. You should see them apart. Says a sexist would say that. So you know what I love more than world peace, red wine? A pull on American distrust in the media. It's like injecting adorable puppies into my wavy veins. And lo and behold, we got one. This Gallup poll shows that more than 75% of the public has very little confidence in legacy media, like newspapers. I guess it's a good way to start the day before they spend the next 12 hours. A respondent said they had a great deal of confidence in newspapers, which of course they get from There was worst for TV news at 6 which was only slightly less heated than Congress at 12%. That's like being told you're only slightly more popular than chlamydia. This after a Reuters survey showed the U.S. media ranked last among 46 countries when it comes to public trust. We even ranked Canada, and they don't even have electricity. So you think an industry witnessing a collapse in their trust might try to figure out why, not the media, because their profit model is always pointing fingers. So it's impossible for them to implicate themselves. So if the public is sick of their minds, that's the public's fault. So they just assume they can smear Americans and push policies meant to punish them, and we'll still be here for them later. That's creating a narrative that a domestic 9/11 is just around the corner. If we don't do this, then what happens, in your view?
Well, I think it's our inability to imagine what will happen, which is our greatest danger. It is a replay of 9/11. We can imagine what could this attack on America. And we have to get out of that. We call it the American experiment because it could have failed.
What's it going to be, you bozos? Are we terrorists or are we slave owners? Are we on the road to another civil war or another 9/11? Let's make up your mind, but you need minds to make up. And Jory and that freak can barely scrape 4 brain cells together. So this is a great opportunity for me to explain how to assess the media in a way that will change the way you look at it forever, or until the world ends in 8 years, thanks to AOC. Yes, it's time for
Greg's amazing and utterly helpful and no less sexy analogy. Now with 65% less body hair.
Yeah. Thank you, Nair. Our new sponsor, Greg's Amazing Analogies. I use every product that my analogies. And yes, there are some places, Lisa. Anyway, here's the analogy. Imagine there's a website that keeps tabs on your body weight. You plug your name into it and your weight pops up. It's simple. Type in Cat Tim, and just like that, it's up 170 pounds. But in fairness to her, that includes makeup and hair extensions. Now let's say you insert your name into the site search engine and your weight comes up and it's way off base. You weigh 150 pounds and it says 300. Immediately you learn that this site is not to be trusted. And you worry that other people will search your name and be given the same bogus info about you. It's factually unreliable because you know the truth about your own weight. That, friends, is the red pill that exposes the media's fakery. You don't know how wrong the media is until you're the subject of the article. It's like being a guy wrongly sentenced for a crime he didn't commit, only he knows the truth. Once it's about you, that you disconnect from reality and report it, you become the world's greatest expert on the topic. You're the world's greatest expert on the topic.
36D, child unit teletherapy called.
When that perspective changes, when they see how their own reality is distorted by reporters who only want to find you.
Good evening, kings, queens, and bishops. We are the Chess News Network outside the 2021 National Championships. This year's winner, Larry St. Lawrence, to emerge. So, what do you attribute to your great success this year?
Well, Gary Kasparov is my hero, so I just do what you would do.
Gary Kasparov, a known Russian. Was there Russian collusion in your performance this year?
No, I admire his style, and I teach it when I coach my kids.
Larry St. Lawrence, playing with children, very inappropriate. Do you have anything else to say about these allegations?
First of all, playing with kids, I don't do what you're implying that I do with kids. And secondly, allegations, I have nothing to do with that.
Larry St. Lawrence, a series of actions with inappropriate allegations.
I'm sorry, this is over. I have to go.
Well, what about holding the event indoors? Do you see how that negatively impacted climate change? Well, what else do you know about Brazilian sex trafficking?
I've been in media for 30 years, which is pretty amazing since I'm only 36. I've written pieces on people and people have written pieces on me. I know how it works. It's never to help them. Their entire purpose is to slam their subject because it's success. You don't win awards for doing a piece on Trump supporters that says, well, these people are decent Americans. Or even, most Trump supporters are decent Americans. You find one that isn't, and then you smear the rest. Anger and fear. So, whenever I'm interviewed about my job, I can easily sense the narrative some reporters have. It's not about success, it's always about rumors. I keep getting the same questions. Is it true you got caught trying to put a camera in Jesse Waters' dressing room? Is it true Dana Perino lets you try on her dresses after the show? Yes and yes, but why not stick to our amazing ratings? One piece actually claimed that I'm talking to people in the elevator, which is odd since I don't even take the elevator. I'm carried by shirtless Chippendale dancers up every single flight of stairs. The cost of the dancers is why my staff doesn't get dental, but they're okay with it. But it's like they'd already written the article looking for quotes to fill in later. Talk to anyone who's been a subject of media scrutiny, they'll say the same thing. The contrast between what's true and what's written is huge. The difference is as vast as what Lisa Booth tells her parents what she did last weekend and what she really did last weekend. Today's lesson in how to view the media. If you'd like to hear more on this topic, I'll be doing this for the rest of my life, or until the world ends in 8 years. Welcome to tonight's guest,
Fox News contributor Lisa Booth. He's so conservative, he sleeps wearing a CPAP machine. Washington Times opinion editor and Fox News contributor Charlie Hurd. He finds money the way bears find honey in a forest while not wearing pants. Author of the upcoming book, There's No Free Lunch, Boston Group founder in Boston. Her blood alcohol level is hand sanitizer. Fox News contributor, that's it. So, Elise, I want to ask you a serious question, so I hope you're sober.
It is Thursday, Judge.
Yeah, I know. You did that. I mean, have you ever been the target of a topic? I think that this is the only way people find out, and I think that's like as more people are written about in this era of social media, they understand how the truth is valuable.
Well, I agree with you. Also, I touched my eventual logo. But no, I have not been the subject of that kind of attack piece. However, I worked in Republican politics on the communication side of things. So the people I worked for were constantly attacked by the media. And also, you looked at the juxtaposition between the way the conservative was treated and the way the liberal was treated, and clearly a difference. But the media are a bunch of lying liars. I mean, Trump was absolutely right when he said they're the enemy people. And, you know, we kind of joke and gloss over these things, but the media has done significant harm to the country. No institution in this country has lied more, done more damage to the nation than the media. When you look at the lies that they've pushed about peace, have led to some of the largest spikes in cities across America of deaths. Significantly, majority of them are African Americans. And you look at lies about the coronavirus, giving China time to cover up and get rid of any kind of incriminating evidence. You look at the lies about the election with Hunter Biden's emails. I mean, it's done so much harm to the country. So, like, why would you trust them at this point?
I will give you a 97.3% on the red meat meter.
How do I get it to 100?
I think it's good to just a little bit below the 100 right now is where you want to be. No, you don't want to get up there too much. Then where am I, Charlie? You know what the point that the orange ladies made is that national news dropped the ball on crime because they don't report on the locally. That this stuff's happening outside their door, so it's like Philadelphia,
Just before the subject of much information about her brother who was arrested last night, where she lives at Countryside.
I was recognized as Jay and we almost need local news.
Oh, without it. I really believe that a huge part of the disintegration of media is local news, because of course, as you point out, we spent a lot of time with local news. They don't have time for buys. They don't have time to make this stuff up. You've got like car accidents and house fires and traffic jams or whatever to cover. And it's really hard to blame a traffic jam on whatever global warming is.
They'll find a way.
They will find a way.
They looked at the traffic jam and found that 53% of cars.
Right, exactly. But you make a really important serious point. And that is that, and I remember when I first all of the Metro one, and I'm sure you remember. And so every story, you have to make sure you don't get anything wrong. Because out there, at every story, all the things that's everything and if you get it wrong, you ruin it for everybody. And so we were like, well, how do I learn everything? Like, you couldn't get anything wrong. You couldn't spell somebody's name wrong.
I learned that lesson in my job when I was at Prevention Magazine, because I was writing health stuff. And I would go into, I'd be writing about diabetes, and then there'd be a lot of angry diabetics coming after me. Is this the only industry really that refuses to admit its blunders?
What I thought was fascinating, 16% said they did. And I was thinking, I'm in the business of trying to find opportunistic investments. I want to do a deal for those people. The 16% that find the media trustworthy. I don't think it's true that this all started 3, 4, 5 years ago. I think it's hit a point where it's levels and it's heightened because of social media. But I don't think the media was trustworthy when I was a kid.
Right.
It just sort of progressed.
No.
Yeah, I know. Or we just assumed. And I think that there was still, at the final level, there was some sort of standard. Where even when some of the records are totally disingenuous. I think back with the Kavanaugh stuff a few years ago, I remember thinking about Robert Bork, which was in the late 80s. And it was abysmal. And I was a really cool 12-year-old kid at the time who was following this story very closely. But the media was lying like crazy about him. But it wasn't the same level with Kavanaugh where there was no accountability. At that point, people just quit even trying to pretend they were being truthful workers. That Robert Ford was probably the best smoker I've ever seen. He would smoke his cigarette like this, and it would get all over the ground. He made it reverse. Yeah, it was like amazing. I don't know what else happened that night. Have you ever been a victim of meetings?
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I obviously have. But first, yes, we were talking about that case stuff, and it's somewhat saying about sex work in general, and I replied to her, there was a headline saying that I thought like pedophilia was cool or something like that. And I was sitting there at lunch, I was like, wait, why are all these people coming to the first thing I'm a pedophile? So when you mentioned that story, that expose about how you're a jerk, that was from my favorite part of the article. My favorite part was they all used as evidence an anonymous source, I'm not kidding, that said, yeah, he doesn't drink at the bar anymore.
Yeah, that was the best part.
They were like, he doesn't drink at the bar anymore in general. And I was like, isn't that good?
Yeah, it's like I decided to have a home life.
Yeah.
That's the rest of the article was like, he's a collection red guy, and now he just doesn't go to the bar. I'm like, that's it.
That's the scandal?
Oh, they missed that whole those people.
You're much better when you're destroying your liver.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't sacrifice my organs for my employees. Hell no. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page. For my interviews and most compelling analysis, anywhere else.
You're right. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll be out of church. Perfect, Dr. She's doing the years all the time. I'm just working
Well, it was the worst of times. It was the worst of times. The United States today, it's Watergate, 9/11, the Civil War, the potato famine, and the cancellation of Sex and the City all rolled into one. And thank God, due to climate change, the world's supposed to
keeping taking to the keeping taking to
of hyperbole since the beginning of time. Wear hats, use extreme rhetoric to scare you into submission. If you don't wear a mask outside jogging, you have blood on your hands. If you support the cops, you're a racist with blood on your hands. If you cut your finger slicing tomatoes, well, that would be right. You would have blood on your hands. But even more, if you disagree with Joe, you might just as well be Jefferson Davis himself.
We saw on free and fair elections. We're facing the most significant test of our democracy since the Civil War. It's not hyperbole. Since the Civil War.
That well. Joe Biden literally doesn't know the meaning of the word literally. I mean, he says it's not hyperbole because he knew it was hyperbole the moment he said it. He has hyperbole on the brain. And boy, hyperbole must be very lonely. Weird how a month of challenging and contentious election issues and a pro-slavery Confederate non-recycling Democrat. Joe's party spent 4 years doing the same thing with the 2016 election. The irony is thicker than Brian Stelter's fries.
Credit cards and IDs and DVRs and on the sidewalk.
It's true. Still, the hyperbole continues. Let's see what's happening over at CNN, shall we? The Civil War? That's not even close.
Now, this is worse than when Eva shot Abraham Lincoln.
It's worse than when the Hindenburg crashed right into that.
It's worse than when all those good soldiers lost their lives in the Battle of Chernobyl.
When the villagers of Pompeii got wiped out by the BP forces.
tried to cover up Watergate.
Little known fact. Now remember, during the Civil War, those Confederate Democrats may have owned slaves, but they never put on red hats, went to the Capitol, and stole office supplies from Jerry Nadler.
Confederates back then never breached the Capitol. Insurrectionists did on January the 6th. I'm not saying this to alarm you. I'm saying this because you should be alarmed.
So wait a second, pal. January 6th shouldn't have alarmed you because by January 6th you should have already been alarmed. What is going on in that brain? But true, we were already alarmed when you, Mr. Goo, won the election. You claimed you were a unifier as you deemed half the country a bunch of Nazis. How is this rhetoric now not consistent? But keep going.
I never thought my entire career I'd ever had to say it. But I swore an oath to you, God, to protect and defend the Constitution. That's an oath that forms a sacred trust to defend America's open, foreign, and domestic.
Oh, man. Dude, you wouldn't know a foreign threat if a shirtless Putin rode his horse into the Oval Office to dump on your desk. So the broadly faceless Americans today isn't us. It's threat misdiagnosis. Russia, China, cyber warfare.
We gave him an L.
Haiti's president was just found dead with 12 bullets in him. In other words, natural causes. And in a dank prison cell somewhere sits a guy who wore horns on his head at the Capitol. But who does our fearless, formerly hairless commander-in-chief see as being the chief threat? You and me. And the network, surprise, surprise, agree.
The questions of when, where, and how Americans get to voters are taking on greater urgency. In some of its strongest language, yet President Biden today blasting Republican efforts to restrict voting access as un-American and a test of our democracy.
President Biden late today in Philadelphia, the birthplace of American democracy, blasting what he calls attacks on voting rights. Republican-led efforts in more than 16 states across the country. The president and that warning calling it the most significant test of democracy since the Civil War, saying these new laws aim to limit whether or not your vote counts at all.
It's solemn. So he thinks targets on you and media flaws. Anyway, we live in a time where rather than use clear, plain language to debate an issue, we resort to the language of the lawsuit. That's what actions are coming directly from. Biden's administration has turned our country into an episode of divorce court, throwing around terms like vicious and unconscionable. The Dems use every horrible thing imaginable until you sling it right back at them. Then they go from, well, you're an evil monster to ask for respect and privacy. This incendiary language is spreading. On Twitter, hyperbole powers a scalp-seeking mob, and its stench is pressing every petition demanding a boycott. Their targets are always racist, intolerant, authoritarian monsters. Even when they're not in power, just ask them for discouragement.
What we worried about with Trump was that he was crazy, and he's still crazy, and he was unhinged, and you know, the whole system down, and he has all these authoritarian tendencies.
Like an IV drip of concentrated Trump derangement syndrome, the only thing keeping that desiccated husk alive. Never get to say husk enough. And our hysteric chief is right behind us.
Trying to figure this out.
21st century Jim Crow assault is real. It's unrelenting. We're going to challenge it. We'll be asking our Republican friends in Congress, in states, and cities, and counties to stand up for God's sake and help prevent this concerted effort to undermine our election and the sacred right to vote. No shame.
Have you no shame? As the hair-sniffing, plagiarizing race baiter. The report reveals that our nation, but it's full speed ahead on anti-racism. We're being told that the enemy is within. Never mind Russia or even China, but now most of the world. The real monsters drive Chevy trucks, wear red hats, and listen to them. And we must all go woke, or we'll never shed our evil past. So let's move forward. We focus on exercising demons from centuries past, all of which were created by Democrats. Their hate for this country runs deeper than a Chicago window. When we inevitably become a failed superpower, at least we'll know why. We deserve it because we were worse than those murderous slave owners and their corrupt segregationist descendants. In other words, Democrats. How's that for hyperbole? Let's welcome tonight's guest. Oh yeah. She were medals up the river that a boat carried the Clintons. His host, Chuck Kitty. You are a favorite. He knows the Beltway like I know the buffet. Host of the Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio. Guy Benson. Lifeguard, lawyer, model. She handles more jobs than superglue. Turning point, you'll think it's Karen Elmore. And her behavior has steroid users saying that's not because of steroids. Fox contributor, Captain. Judge, it is a pleasure to have you here. It's like I only saw you a few hours ago. The pie.
It was less than that, right?
It really was, but it's
like a life.
I know. We need to spend more time together.
I don't think so.
No vacation. People do think you and I hang out.
We don't hang out. I don't know why. Because you never.
Well, you wouldn't like the things I do.
I know. I used to prosecute you.
No, she's absolutely right. You're right. So, Judge, this rhetoric, okay, so Trump got a lot of grief, and I think some of it was justifiable, for being antagonistic. Always went after people that were, like, on his level. He'd go after Democrats, the press. He'd go after the Democratic Party, but he wouldn't actually label people. Like, he wouldn't say, Biden voters suck, or Hillary voters suck. He was always about focusing on people that could fight. Biden is like people as like, basically as bad as slave owners and Confederate soldiers.
Well, yeah, I mean, the hyperbole you should talk about it is about making all of us feel that we're racist, we're oppressors, we're horrible people, and he references the Civil War.
Yeah.
Well, the Civil War was about not being racist. It was about making sure that people weren't slaves anymore. It was about Americans dying.
Right.
650,000 of them. Yet he uses that as an example of what's un-American. I mean, the guy has lost it. He really has lost it. And I think the Democrats don't want what they do is they run these phrases. You're un-American, you're an oppressor, you're a racist. They don't know anything about the bills, anything about the laws. They just know about NACO. That's what they do.
Okay, but I'm going to say, Guy, that both sides, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to contradict myself. Both sides can be guilty. We saw a lot of hyperbole during the Obama administration coming from the right. But I think this is different because our hyperbole is wrong. But their hostility and hyperbole based on were evil. That's the difference. I don't think he wanted to give.
And I was 29
to pay the fact that he's not wants her to go away. I think he's trying to do like a shiny object from the since the Civil War. I think you're right, and you should all be ashamed of yourself for being a part of it. You know what? You're saying that now, but wait to the B block. Oh man. I know it's going to be worse in the A. I cannot help but notice that all of the ladies are wearing white. Is that perhaps a little? That's a good indication. That's true, but you're also wearing camouflage.
I'm doing it for the truth.
I'm doing it for the
truth. Thank you. I'm married a veteran. I got I got one more to do.
You're supporting one trip. All right. I'm going to go talk to our new guest. Okay. So you just sit there and be polite.
Well, okay. I'll try.
So, Aaron, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
And
Pleasure's all yours.
I'm glad you wore white.
I'm very
Guy. What do you make of this Civil War? How does this help?
Well, basically, this is like a real episode of the House seasons for the executive. But having said that, I mean, he doesn't know. I mean, this is not one of the 31 those things are complicated and Joe get ID to vote. It's pretty standard. So what does he want? Like, I don't know. With little girls with their hair, and they can't find out their face there to show off or wait to vote. What is he asking for? Oh, he's just straw and straw. He's got a lot of practice.
Yeah. So, Kat, I feel like I would, if I was watching something like CNN, I would feel exhausted because every time I turn it on, it's always a new existential risk.
Yeah, it's so dramatic.
Yes.
Right? But Joe Biden, he's not talking to really Republicans about this stuff. He's saying all these super dramatic public pronouncements. Like if you have a friend, maybe the friend that canceled dinner plans with her, she's like, that's fine. On Instagram, she's posting all these things about like toxic friends and like, don't make something a priority when you're only an option. Hashtag so true. So I'm like, grandma's an option. You know, I think I'm not. It's worse because it's tearing the country apart over stuff that isn't true and is dramatic. Way worse than just talking to Sarah about
the country actually notices this bifurcating nonsense, or is it just because we're in this?
I think unfortunately because we're in this. Unfortunately, I think people they have other jobs where they're,
I would say fortunately.
Well, yeah, they don't have to sit there and read. Well, I love my job. You're the luckiest girl in the world.
You are.
Yeah.
With me.
Yeah, this is great.
Yes. Who wouldn't want to work with me, right, Judge?
Yeah, I love working with you.
Do you really?
Yeah, no. I think they believe it, and the people get so amped up, and the country gets torn apart. Like, oh, you then you like slavery. People actually think those things. But you know what? It's not just people who want to earn our back. Everybody's mad out there. I think it's painful. Like right now when I drive, I just like look at the wheel. I don't get upset. I don't blow the horn. I'm afraid something's going to.
How fast are you going? Shoot that.
So I don't say anything. It's like everybody's so nuts. You're afraid they're going to come. An airplane.
What are you driving? You driving a...
No, I'm driving my SUV with my Googles.
All right. I don't even know what that means right now. Okay. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains from sea to sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where it's bright in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
I know that one, 118E since Route 114. Hit brought to a Bruce Legacy. The only previous is another 911. Who's that there? No problem.
We can just roll.
much. Wow, what a crowd. Look at that. Thank you. Thank you.
36 stand there.
Well, before we begin, I have to tell you that way is like an ice skating rink. And the first step, I said, this sucker is slippery. I think it was putting my cigarettes over the, that's why. I don't know whoever the hell got that thing. That's a trap. I'm telling you, it's like ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? That for don't pay the bill. Okay? Because that is crazy, fellas. So next time, we don't want that. Can you imagine if I went down, the press would have a field day for weeks and weeks? They'd say he went down. He made a mistake. Look at that. Isn't that terrible? Isn't that terrible? Well, I just want to say, hello, Panama City Beach. It's a nice place. We had some good times here. You remember before that great election? Great election. 16, right? 16. And now we have plenty of stuff. Who would believe? November 3rd. Not November 8th. It's November 3rd, and it's going to be just as special as November 8th. It's going to be just as special. And in certain ways, I can't say it's more important, but it's equally as important. Because we've made strides like no country made strides. What's happened to our country. But we had a great time, and we had some incredible rallies right here. And we're working really hard. We can talk about that in a little while. Things are going well. Okay, well. He got hit with a little hurricane called Michael. That was not a nice hurricane. I'll tell you that. It's going well. And I'm thrilled to be here with really, truly incredible men and women of the Florida Panhandle. My friends, your strength and devotion and values are what truly makes America great and what makes America run. You know that. You love our country, you're proud of our history, and you always respect our great American flag. This last year, in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Michael, bad stuff. I pledge you unwavering support and the support of our nation until the government is rebuilt. We will never, ever be defeated. We've already given you billions of dollars, and there's a lot more coming as you do it. And to support your recovery from Hurricanes Michael and Irma, the federal government is committed more than $10 billion to the state of Florida. It's committed. It's all committed. And Rick Scott and your new governor is a great governor. Great. Ron DeSantis is great. So now Rick has gone on to the Senate along with Martha Rubio, all working. That's the guy, but I love him. Wherever the hell you are, I love him. And tonight, my administration will be allocating $448 million in HUD disaster recovery funds to the great people of Florida. And these dollars will help communities get back on their feet. We've already given you many, many millions of dollars, but these are additional monies that are coming in to help the families put their lives together. Some families are working very hard. It's been a tough one. More money is needed. I've just come from a stop at Tyndall Air Force Base where I saw the devastating effects of that Category 5 hurricane. Category 5. Never heard about Category 5s before. Category 5 is big stuff. Tyndall was scheduled, as you know, by the military to close. You know that, right? And I got a call from your great representatives. And they said, President, they want to close Tyndall because it got beat up at beat. In fact, we have our best ladies 22. It's incredible fighter jets. And some of them were damaged, but we lost none. 7 were very badly damaged. We lost none. And the military had a chance to be closed, and I heard about it. And I said, General, why are we doing that? Those people, they work. They just outstanding. I said, we have thousands of people. We're going to end up having 8,000 people back there working, so we're filling the whole.
Gary Ellington Vila, associated.
The F-35 jet, which is the newest and the best in the world. And we get a lot of them. We've got a lot of them. And they're going to be moving in. So we're going to have actually many more people working at Tyndall than you had the day before the hurricane. So be prepared. And they're doing drawings and they're doing architecture of different areas. We're doing some issues. We're fixing some old good ones that got very badly hurt, but structurally they're sound. And when we're finished, it's going to be something that's really special. And you have something very special. I was with Colonel Luncheon. You know him? Oh, good. He's a good man. And he was telling me the reasons. And he said, we fly right over the ocean. We get up, we fly right over the ocean. When you do that, sir, you can when you're flying over people's houses. We know that's really good. So it's great. It's fantastic. In the wake of the terrible storm, this extraordinary community pulled together and showed the world you're unbreakable. Now you're alive. I knew that long before the storm, by the way. And you've also seen volunteers, visitors, students, making groups coming here to lend a hand to help. Like almost nobody else can. And of course, people are still traveling from around the world.
30551. 30551.
And you're saying that pristine waters, which is exactly what you have, because Panama City Beach is open for business, as beautiful as ever. And today I'm doing the most allowed by law to support people of Florida. Because of the severity of the storm, Category 5, we will have the federal government 90% of the cost in any circumstance. 90%. And we can do that because of the incredible devastation and the size of that storm. So now we need Democrats to come with us to pass an acceptable bill. We're getting close. It's pretty tough dealing with it. They don't want to build a wall, but we're building the wall. They don't want to do a lot of other stuff. They don't want to do a lot of it.
$25 million.
So we're building a lot of things. We're doing a lot of things. Additional Hurricane Michael relief funding immediately. The money is coming immediately. No games, no gimmicks, no delays. We're just doing it. And by the way, FEMA, my people at FEMA did a tremendous job here elsewhere, by the way. They had this, they had Texas, they had Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico got $91 billion, and I understand they don't like this. We've never given to anybody. We've never given $91 billion to a state. We've never given it. We gave to Puerto Rico $91 billion. And I'll tell you, the services, you look at the Marines, you look at the Navy, the job they did there was Incredible. 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 In fact, I brought a chart. Would you like to see a chart? Very haphazardly, I just have to have it. So there's the chart. Does everyone see it? So I didn't want to spend it a big board because that costs the government.
There's some Jesus.
You can all see it.
Sure. Who's available?
That's Puerto Rico, you know. Texas, Florida, the biggest country you've ever seen. Texas, Florida. And what the Democrats want to do, they want to get more. You know what? I have a great relationship with the people of Puerto Rico, but it hasn't been fair the way they treat all of us like they want to do. Because they complain they want more money. But 91 billion is the largest amount of money ever given to a state, to any element, and that's the way it is. If you're getting your money, one way or the other. Anybody hold it up. And I think that the people of Puerto Rico are very grateful to Donald Trump for what we've done. That was a bad storm. And you know, with Florida thing, with Florida, you drive on. You drive on. Puerto Rico to the top. It's called you get into a boat, you get into but they did a hell of a job, including bringing the biggest hospital ship in the world right off the island. So I want to thank the military. I want to thank people for what they did there, for what they did in Florida, Texas. You look at Louisiana, look at South Carolina, they got hit hard. North Carolina got a piece of it. Georgia, Alabama, these are great places, and they're all getting aid. The Democrats are trying to stop it, but you're getting it. Don't worry. You're getting it. You're getting it. And you've already gotten a lot of it, so that's... Instead of wasting time and taxpayer dollars on partisan stunts and hoaxes and stunts, Democrats should be focused on building up our country. Did you see what just happened, by the way? No collusion, no obstruction, no anything. 2 years for the witch hunt. Have you gotten anybody in this audience I could have found something with you? 2 years. Almost $40 million. 20 Trump Democrats and angry Democrats. After 2 years, nothing. No collusion. And now the Democrats, we have a great attorney general, now the Democrats are saying, we want more. You know, it's going to be like, we want the money. Now they say, no, we want to start all over. It is a disgrace. We've got to focus on this. We have to focus on lowering medical prices and medicine. Always focus on our military and our vets, which we've done. And the Democrats really should be focused now on restoring and helping the demo. It's time to come together for the people of Panama City, for the people of Florida, for the people of our country. It's time to stop this nonsense. They think they're going to win. Did you see the one man? He said, it's the only way we're going to beat him. It's what he comes back to do this. The only way that that's Congress, I guess. But think of what he said. It's the only way. And that's so important. Now we have our best program. It's crazy. So we want to work with them. We want to do infrastructure. We want to do all of the things that you know about, and we can get it done. Nobody's done so much as all of us. Not just me. I'm a messenger. pay your taxes, you do all of this stuff. Great jobs, great talent. You're the best looking people, that's for sure. You ever see, I joke about this, but it's really not joking. They call themselves the elite. You ever see the elite? This is the elite. You're not elite. You're elite. I always take heat. I say, you have better, you have better votes. You have better everything. You have better everything. You're smarter. You know, I say, no. So let's let them be the elite.
For 16.
I always say, if you leave, and then you see this guy, and you say, he's not elite. Not my book, he's not. But we're delighted to be joined tonight by terrific Florida Republican leaders. They really have been fantastic tonight. You just got a little sample of it, and you're getting a great sample of it because as you know, Ron DeSantis has been doing a fantastic job. Where is Ron? Where is he? Thank you, Ron. Great job. And along with Ron, you know, is First Lady Casey DeSantis. And your First Lady, Melania, is a big fan of Casey. And a man and a senator who's working with me very hard on Venezuela, Cuba, and lots of other things. He's become really a good friend. We had our little squabbles, minor squabbles. But we've come together. He's a terrific person, actually. Senator Marco Rubio. Where is he? Thank you, Marco. Great job. How are we doing in Cuba, Marco? People are now, they're living so many people are dying. We're working hard. But we have no choice. It's not clear what's happening to the Venezuelan people don't do well. Those people around Doral, towards Venezuela, towards little Venezuela, you have to know them very well. Another friend of mine, he was just up, and he was a solid person. Now he's in Washington. Senator Rick Scott doing a fantastic stuff. And we have a lot of members of Congress, Matt Gaetz, Neil Dunn. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. You have your Florida Lieutenant Governor, Jeanette. Yes. Jeanette. Thank you, Jeanette. Great job. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody. By the way, U.S. Attorney, where is he? Thank you very much for doing it.
131,
Florida CFO, Jimmy Petronis. Florida GOP Chair and State Senator Joe Reuters. Joe. Thanks, Joe. RNC Chairwoman, you know, she won a state, Michigan. I said, who was that? Now, nobody's won Michigan for decades as a Republican. And we won. So when it came to choosing who the head of the RNC, I said, who's that woman that was so great up in the state of Michigan? Because we won that state, we weren't expecting it. So we left. That was the last state. And we had 32,000 people show up at 1 o'clock in the morning. It was now election day.
the missed out 911 Diane, who's out walking in the area of Maine, and West Calista from the commissioner to Fort LaFond.
I don't know why we're going to lose. We had 32,000. Our opponent, was there at prime time, like 6 o'clock. And she had 500 people. why are we going to lose Michigan? And you know what? We didn't, because Ronna McDaniel was fantastic. And another one who's fantastic, RNC co-chairman Tommy Hicks. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. Great job. There's so many people, but we have so many. We could go on all that. But let's get back to this, right? So this is an incredible time for our country. America is thriving again. America is winning again. And America is being respected again. We're respected. In fact, one of the Democrats today said that sleepy person, said that he heard from a lot of foreign leaders and they want him to be president. Of course they do. So they can continue to rip off the United States. Of course. Of course. I think if I heard that, I'd never vote for him. And then you have Bernie. And you have Bernie. You got some real beauties. Crazy Bernie. You got the choice between Sleepy Joe and Crazy Bernie. And I'll take it. Let's just pick somebody, please, and let's start this thing. Let's start it. Pick somebody. Now, you pick Edge. Who Edge? They say Edge. He's got a great chance. He'll be great. Represent us against President Xi of China. That'll be great. I want to be in that room. I want to watch that one. By the way, you see the tariffs with them? They broke the deal. They broke the deal. So they're flying in. The vice president is flying in. Good man. But they broke the deal. They can't do that. So they'll be paying. We don't make nothing wrong with taking in over $100 billion a year. $100 billion. We never did that before. And we have that happening right in the sense with a lot of countries. We have a deal with Mexico. We have a deal with Canada. Where's the deal? NAFTA. How bad was NAFTA? All the empty buildings, all the empty plants. We have a great deal with Mexico, with Canada. We get the Dems in the House to approve it. And if they don't, that'll be okay too. You always have alternatives, folks. You gotta have alternatives. When they want to hold you up, which is a hold up, when they want to hold you up for political reasons, you always have to have alternatives. And a lot of good alternatives, sometimes better. Some of it's better. Our economy is now the hottest anywhere, and it's the envy of the world. Every time a foreign leader, a president, a prime minister, a king, a queen, a dictator, got some of them too. Every time you come into the office, they say, congratulations on what you've done for this economy. It's the hottest on earth. It's incredible. Every single time there's some sort of conversation. And you know it because the people of Florida are truly benefiting by what we've done internationally and nationally. Thank you. And our policy can be summed up in three very simple words: jobs, jobs, jobs. The United States economy created another 260,000 jobs last month. Way, way, way above what people thought. They were making predictions much lower. Then the big one, they were thinking about 1%, 1.2%. 81.5. The number came in for the first quarter, which is almost always the lowest quarter historically. 3.2%, crushing expectations. Nice about people, I wasn't. Since the election, we've created nearly 6 million new jobs, including more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs and nearly 700,000 new construction jobs. Numbers that if I would have said this during the campaign, those people back there, I call them the fakers, fake news media. The fakers would have said he exaggerated. He exaggerated. They are a bunch of fakers, there's no question about it. But you know, in 6 years, we're all going to business, folks. We're all going to He'll go crazy. See, he is a despot. He is a despot. Brown or 14, let's see, whatever. Watch, it'll be headlines tomorrow. Donald Trump wants to break Constitution. Unemployment just reached the lowest rate in more than 50 years. The women's unemployment rate is the lowest in more than 65 years and soon will be a record number. Women. Remember last election? Oh, he's going to do so bad with women. Is he great with women? We did great with women. Hispanic American unemployment just hit another brand new, all-time historic low. African American unemployment recently achieved the lowest rate in the history of our country. And likewise, Hispanic American unemployment lowest in the history of our country. I'm going to like that in the debate stage. I'll be heading to the left. I'll say, lowest ever in history. Highest income ever in history for the different groups. Highest income. More people are working today in the United States, almost 160 million, that have ever worked in the United States before. And nearly 1 million more African Americans are employed today than when I took office. Think of that. Right? I just screwed that 14 more years now. 14 more years. After many years of stagnation, wages are rising very fast. Hasn't happened in 20 years. And they're rising fastest, which makes me feel very good, for blue-collar workers, fastest proportionately. And right, our whole agenda is a jobs boom that is historic. Hasn't happened like this in many years, if at all. Certainly during record keeping, has not happened like this than any president in the history of our country. So these great companies now can hire people. Right? And we just the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history. The largest. And we get rid of the individual mandate of Obamacare, the most unpopular. And by the way, we would have repealed and replaced Obamacare, but one vote didn't work out. After campaigning for 8 years, this particular person decided at the last moment to go no. It's all right, we'll get it anyway, doesn't matter. We'll end up getting better. Sometimes, things like that happen. And you get angry. And you get a little bit sad. Then some of you weep. I don't weep, but you don't weep too much. I know too many of you. They never wept in their life. They didn't weep when they were babies. But you're a bit angry about it, and you know what you fight, and it ends up being better than what you were trying to do. So that happens. A good one for those of you that love your children, of which I would think probably is 95%. To keep your family farms and ranches and businesses in the family, they don't talk about them. We eliminated the unfair estate tax or death tax. So now if you love your child, or you love your children, you have a beautiful farm, ranch, small business, it's doing great. The old days, meaning like about 2 years ago, they had to go out and become a bank, lose their business in many cases. Now you don't have a tax. You don't have a tax. So if you love them, good. If you don't love them, I wouldn't leave it to them. And it's not going to matter. It won't help you much. But if you love your family, that's what's going to happen. Great thing. We're burdens in our businesses. But in return, we expect American companies to invest in America, which is what we're demanding. To raise wages in America, which is happening. And to hire American workers to do the job. That's what we want.
Kankakee Spirit 41 in Berkeley District.
And as I stand here floating around on a piece of ice, I'm a little bit concerned about leaving the podium. I'm hoping. No idea what I'm going through at this stage. It's the worst damn stage ever. I've never seen anything. Stupid people did this one. I don't know. Or Brendan. Or Brendan. If it's the enemy, then they're brilliant, but I want them the hell out of here. And we're reversing decades of calamity state policies that enrich Wall Street at the expense of Main Street. You see what's happening. Although everyone's doing well right now, everybody. The companies are doing great. It's a good thing for us. A lot of you have 401ks where they're double what you had just a few years ago. Listen to that. I tell this, it happens a lot, but for some reason, this big policeman, you might have heard of it, this big, strong guy comes to me. I was in New York, and he said, "Sir, thank you. My 401k," and that was a year ago. This happens all the time. He said, "It's 401k, it's up 47." He said, "My wife used to think I was just horrible at investing, and now she thinks I'm the greatest investor in the world." And I think now the numbers are much better since then, but that's the 401k, so everybody's through the roof and waiting for it that way. We're going to make it better and stronger. We're taking a lot of money from a lot of these countries and other folks that have been ripping us off for a long time. I mean, we pay for the military and we're defending nations that are so rich. And I said to him, "Hey, but nobody has ever asked for that." I said, "No, you got to pay. You got to pay." There's billions and billions of individual countries. And there's one thing, if we're helping people who are being horribly treated. It's another thing if we're dealing with countries that are loaded with cash, make a fortune, and we're defending them for a tiny fraction of what costs. So it's all changed.
00081893784.
I won't say the country, but one country we spend a lot of money defending. Very dangerous territory. And it costs us $5 billion. And I said to a general, "Please do me a favor, General, tell me, how much does it cost for us to defend this country?" Which is very, "Sir, I will check." He comes in and says, "Sir, $5 billion. I said, "That's okay. Now, how much do they pay us?" "Sir, they pay us $100 million. I said, "We lose $4.5 million to defend a country that's rich as hell. The country doesn't like us. And we've been defending it for many years." So I called the leader of the country. He said, "It's not fair. We're spending all of this money with Navy, and we have our men and women that are the best in the world, sending them over to the country."
134, you're in.
And he said, "Like me," he said, "That's because you had stupid people running." So they said, I could give you 100, sir. He said that we can't do anything else.
Last name Lee, first name PHI,
UP state is worth 629.93. 629.93.
Now that's a long way short of 4.5 billion that we're losing. What does it make it seven? Anyway, we came to a number around 500 million. There was one phone call that lasted for a minute. And once they got over the shock of people, and now the too much is up. I just told my people, call them and ask them what to do. But we have many countries like that. I mean, we have many countries like that. We have countries like Saudi Arabia, very rich, their limitation. So I think they can afford to pay us, right? And they will. And you know what? They will. And they're buying a tremendous amount of equipment, $450 billion that we spend in our country. $450 billion. But we have a lot of countries that are rich, that we're defending. And they don't even respect it. Honestly, when I asked them, some also looked at me saying, I sort of thought, like, it's amazing that nobody's asking. Now, they don't say that. They're smart. But you do. So a lot of countries we're defending. It's not fair what's happening. They're paying us a tiny fraction in some cases. We defend Europe. It's not fair. They're not paying what they should be paid. We'll work it out. Got to pay their bills. And you know what? In the end, they're going to respect us. They're going to respect us.
For SOS 27's name
Under
again.
the previous administration, the United States lost nearly 250,000 manufacturing jobs. You remember that. And other countries raid our factories, steal our jobs, and rob us blind. Other than that, they were very nice. They allowed China to freely loot our economy, plunder our intellectual property, and target our industries. That's what was happening. And look, President Xi is a friend of mine, great guy, but he's for China. I'm for the USA. I'm for the USA. So, we're going to see. They come in tomorrow, whatever happens, don't worry. It always, you know why? It always does. Don't worry. There's no pressure because, we're the piggy bank that everybody wants. So we have the thing that everybody wants. We're now the biggest market in the world by far. I'll tell you, China. If another person happened to be in this position right now, first of all, there'd be about 10 people instead of all the people. Hey, I wish the cameras could spin around and show this massive field. They won't do it. They won't do it. They never do it. They don't like to show it. And I actually tried to explain the ones that are semi-finished. I said, it's good for your production value. Your production values are much better. Yeah, let them know it. Now look at this field. They never show it. They will show the people behind me. Congratulations. It's a lousy seat, but you know what? They'll be famous tomorrow. Yeah, but it is true. They never like to show the crowds. I went to Texas, and I made a show. And they know. What is North Chicago? What the hell happened?
North Chicago, one had the TOA, we were the
So we went to El Paso,
minority white
and I
side.
made a speech, and we had an arena that holds 8,000 or 9,000 people. The arena was packed. 35,000 people outside. We had these massive movie screens outside, so those people that couldn't get in could see. You had 500 people. The next day in the news, the New York Times guy actually wrote a story that he thinks that he had more people than these people. No, so dishonest. And most of them just said, two massive crowds. Well, this crowd was not massive. You have to count hundreds of people according to the people that count crowds. So we get a very bum press, but that's okay because we're here and they're not. honest people. And maybe it'll change. You know, what's wrong with having a strong military, good education, a strong economy? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. The hate is incredible, but let's just keep it going, folks, because that's the way it is. But the great betrayal of the American middle class ended the day that I took the oath of office, because I'm with you. I'm with you. And there are those that say, even the fake news media, there are those that say it was the greatest in the political history of this country, the greatest election. And it continues, you know, because they keep trying to take it away. Let's try to take it away. That's not working too well. That's not working. But for think of it. I mean, Hillary Clinton's still going up. I think they stole the election. Well, no, she lost. She lost. Next time. No. The next time. Next time, she's got to go to Wisconsin to campaign. You know, it hadn't been lost in decades. People are ready to go there and campaign. The people said, oh, you'll be okay. The Republicans haven't won the great state of Wisconsin in decades. You got to go there. I went there a lot. And in all fairness, her husband, Bill, who's a good politician, they didn't listen to him. He said, you better go to Wisconsin, you better go to Michigan. I'm seeing a lot of things out there. I see a lot of signs. Trump, Pence, Mike Pence is doing a good job, by the way. Doing a good job. And his wife, Karen, is doing a good job. Mike. But I see a lot of Trump Pence signs out there, lawns. You better go there. And they sort of said, what the hell does he know? Well, he's a pro. He's a pro. He knew a lot better than their analysts. Analysts weren't so good. But you have to go and you have to work. And we are officially, in a couple of weeks, I got to the White House 2.5 years ago. And the first night, I stood
from Michigan, Missouri.
I said to Melania, you believe it's going to be so bad? It seemed like that would never happen. And now we're 1.5 years away, less. Think of it. It's incredible. How time flies. Especially when, despite the obstacles and the artificial things they put in your path, especially when you love what you're doing, and more importantly, the results of what's happening. So I just announced it will increase tariffs on China. Now we won't back down until China stops cheating on workers and stealing their jobs, and that's what's going to happen. Otherwise, we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. We can make the product from here if we have to, like we used to. Remember, like we used to. The era of economic surrender is over. The last administration also signed a disastrous treaty with South Africa. It cost our country nearly 100,000 jobs, but it was really 250,000 jobs. Our Secretary of State at the time and our President at the time said, this will give 250,000 jobs. And he and she were right, except it was for South Korea, not for us. It's a loser. And we totally renegotiated the Korea trade deal to restore these jobs and rescue the American auto industry, because that was going to be a tremendous thing. And that deal is done. South Korea. And right before I came into office, our nation was being signed up. One-sided, single sellout like you've never seen of the American worker. And I said, it's not going to happen. The Trans-Pacific Partnership was going to destroy our automobile industry like you've never seen before. And our automobile industry is pouring back into our country. And today, for the people of the great state of Ohio, remember, you have to win the great state of Ohio. What did we win it? We won it by like 9 points. It's a great state.
So everyone's coming back in. Toyota's coming in. Hyundai's coming in. Many car companies. But General Motors just announced 3 big plants, 450 workers, 700 million. But the big announcement is in Lordstown, Ohio. They're going to be selling that plant to workforce. They make
Call 1017 you're gonna have in reference to a wall project at 834
Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Ohio, everywhere. And all of these companies, they kept hitting me with Lordstown. Because General Motors was it, well, they did the right thing. They sold it to a company that did a great job with that beautiful plant. And that happened just a little while ago. They'll be spending a lot of money to fix it. It's subject to the UAW. They got to get out there and make a deal, UAW. Come on. Got to make a deal. But that's a good thing, right? Because that was the only thing they could hit me with. They could never hit me with anything because we've been so good. But they said, what about Lordstown? What about Lordstown? I go up there. Can you make the deal or open it, please? I'm getting killed with that plan. Anyway, today she called. They're going to be opening. It's going to be a great company. In another historic action, we finalized an agreement to replace the horrible NAFTA with a brand new USMCA, like the song, MCA. The USMCA will be counting jobs for Florida farmers, ranchers, and growers, and manufacturers. But while we're unleashing an unprecedented wave of prosperity, the Democrat Party is trying to return us to the families of yesterday. They want to have things protected because they're all waiting for 2020. They think the more they can hurt us, the worse they make us look. I think they're making us look better. I really do. I mean, they want to do investigations instead of investments. They want to do what they're doing, which looks so foolish. And maybe I read it wrong, but I think it drives us right up to the people. Because people get it. People get it. But our country, the great USA, is not being pushed around anymore. Nothing is more dangerous than the Democrats' crazy immigration agenda. Democrats believe that everyone in the world has the right to violate our borders. They want open borders, disrespect our laws, and come into our country and collect benefits courtesy of the United States taxpayer. Thank you very much. So despite the fact, and you see that we're going through trying to get the wall, which by the way works. You say we want to give him drones, we want to give him technology. Without the wall, nothing works. You know that. So we're going to have over 400 miles of wall much of it's already started, by the end of this year, and we'll conclude it pretty shortly thereafter. We'll have the whole thing sealed up, and it'll be a lot easier. It's very tough when you have laws on immigration, the worst loopholes, catch and release. You catch somebody, and then you have to release them. Oh, that's a wonderful thing. Chain migration, you come in and you bring your whole damn family, and you know good. You got people all over the place. This is chain migration. The other one is visa lottery. It's a lottery. Who's coming to the United States? Who is it? Who is it? United States. People under lotteries. Compliments of if they're accepting people under a lottery system, do you actually think that the country is giving us their finest? No. No. They're giving us some rough people. I won't say it. If you remember when I made the speech at the base of Trump Tower, I talked about what's happening. I mentioned the word rape. I was absolutely like a fake
anyone ever. That speech was so mild compared to what's actually happening that you read it today and it's like unbelievable. The Democrats say they care about the poor, but their open border policies drive down wages, drain social services, the poorest Americans more than anybody else. And the crime that comes in is unbelievable. Read it. They don't want to talk about it. Sanctuary cities and total disaster. Republicans believe that you, the American citizen, have the absolute right to have your laws and borders enforced and enforced strongly. It's your country. We believe that our welfare program should be protected for truly needy Americans, not for illegal aliens that come into our country. We believe that our immigration system should put the jobs and safety of American families first. We want to help people. We want to be gracious. And we want people. We need people, frankly, because we have so many companies moving into our country. We're the hottest country. They want to move their plants, so we need people. They have to come in through merit. Merit. Last month alone, 100,000 illegal aliens were apprehended at borders. You know what that is? They catch them. They take their name. They have to bring them to a court. They take them into a court, then they have to release them because tens of thousands of people in detention there. And they can't release them. Now, we did win a great court case last night. And I told Mexico very nicely that you can't let people walk 2,000 miles up your country because if we do that, we're going to close our border. If we have any more, we're going to close our border. I don't care what it is. So Mexico now, for the first time, has been taking people back to Honduras and Guatemala and Salvador and other countries. And for the first time, not big enough numbers, but they're getting bigger. They're getting bigger. These folks, we can't have this. This is crazy what's happening. And what we really need more than anything else, we need the loopholes closed by Congress. It would take 15 minutes. Everybody knows what they are. Asylum. Asylum. Walk in. They get written by a lawyer at the border who probably gets paid by somebody that's not exactly friendly to this ground. I am very fearful of my life. My country is a very frightening place. Please help me. And every time this gets all over, it's like, and I say, no, he's the one that causes the fight. And he comes in and he talks about his country, but then they have a picture of him 5 days sooner walking up, flying the national flag of their country. So he's so afraid of his country, flying the flag of the country. Flying the flag. They want to fly the flag of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador right into our border. Save that flag. We love our country. We love our country, but we're afraid of it. For purposes of getting into the United States, we're afraid of it. No, we can't let this happen. The Democrats, we need the votes. We need the votes. Otherwise, we're going to have to vote them out of office. Congress, the Senate, we're going to have to vote them out of office. Come November, next November 3rd this year, you're going to have to vote them out of office because otherwise you can't make a change. We need the votes. You have to go through Congress. How we ever ended with a system crime? But they don't mind it so much because they don't mind crime. They don't mind crime. No nation can commit a massive, organized violation of its immigration law. And no one should run for office without an ironclad fight and defend America's borders. You should be allowed to run. And to confront this crisis, it was a big deal 2 months ago. I declare a national emergency, which is what it is. This is an invasion. When you see these caravans sending 20,000 people, that's an invasion. I was badly criticized for using the word invasion. It's an invasion. And it's also an invasion of drugs coming in from Mexico, okay? It's an invasion of drugs. They all better be careful. You know, we're destroying the lives of hundreds of thousands of people with the drugs that are pouring across our southern border. They better get what we do because people are wise to it. They have drug dens and drug labs and crap right there, and they send it over our border where we don't have land. You know, because we have 2,000 miles between the Gulf and the Pacific. 2,000 miles. Now, a lot of them, you don't think the wall because it's mountains, it's big, strong rivers.
I have no answer. I'm sure if you still live there now, if you want to check, if you have any activity at that address.
It's a rough country. But we need, we'll have done. But they can't do this. They can't let this happen. It would be very tough with them, I'll be honest. Mexico made $100 billion on average over the last 10 years. $100 billion. They took 30% almost of our automobile business. The cars, they send them through the United States. That won't happen anymore under the USMCA. It'll be prohibited. It'll be economically prohibited. Our current immigration crisis is the result of Democrat-backed policies that prevent border crossers from being swiftly returned home. A border crosser comes in, you say, sorry, we're taking you home. And that's, you're nice, and I want to do that. Okay? But we're the only one that has judges. Judges. Think of it. They come across, we have judges. Nobody else has judges. We give them a trial. We need Perry Mason. And then they say, and the wall will help because it would not help. The wall would stop. The wall would stop. I mean, when you have 15,000 people, you have hundreds and hundreds of people, you have 2 or 3 border security people that are brave and great. And don't forget, we don't let them. We can't let them use weapons. We can't. Other countries do. We can't. I would never do that. But how do you stop these people? You can't. That's only in the panhandle you can get away with that stuff. Only in the panhandle. So it's a tough situation. If they change the loopholes, we'll have it perfectly. And when the wall is finished, it's going to be great. Democrats even supported deadly sanctuary cities which release dangerous criminal aliens onto our streets. They're protected. Republicans believe our country should be a sanctuary for law-abiding Americans, not criminal aliens. We must act to fix our horrible immigration laws. We must end catch and release, stop human smugglers. Have you seen what's happening? Human smugglers, human trafficking. What they're doing. This is an ancient thing. It's an ancient thing. It's bigger now because of the computer, because of the internet, than ever before worldwide. Not just here, worldwide. And those come through our southern border where we don't have a wall. They don't go through ports of entry. You have people looking inside the car. So you can't do that. If you have women tied up with tape over their mouths, you can't take them to a port. And a lot of these people say, oh, they come through the port. They don't come through the port. They come through areas where you don't have a wall. 15 miles up. We're going to shut down sanctuary cities, deport criminal aliens, and replace police along with a modern system of immigration. On issue, the Democrat Party has never been further outside the American nation. It's never been. I've never heard of anything like what's going on. I run so badly, I want this race to start immediately. Now Democrats are pushing a $100 trillion takeover of the U.S. economy, known as the Green New Deal. That was written up by a real genius. The new Democrat Party believes
Take a look at Venezuela. Republicans believe congressmen and women elected Republicans, we need to get the vote. You got to get up. Otherwise, we'll be playing around. Cool off. And Democrats are aggressively pushing late termination, allowing children to be ripped from their mother's womb right up until the moment of birth. And then you have this governor in Virginia, you saw that. The baby is born, and you wrap the baby in. And you talk to the mother about the possible execution of the baby. Can't do that. So who heard of that? Something that they don't even want to discuss. They don't even want to discuss it. And to protect innocent life, I called on Congress to immediately prohibiting extreme late-term abortion. Democrats are now the party of high taxes, high crime, open borders, late-term abortion, witch hunts, and delusions. The Republican Party is the party for all Americans. We want to make America great again. That's what we're doing. I wish they cameras. Will you please show these people? I go up there, you hear it. You hear it. You can hear how many people, but they never show it. They don't want to do it. It's like a Florida or Florida State football game. We are the party of the American worker, the American family, and we are the party of the American dream. Every day we're making very, very good on our motto. In fact, much better than promise. And you know what it is? It's promises made, promises kept. We've actually given you more promises. A couple of my opponents said this. They weren't happy about it. But we've given you more promises than we said we would. That's really our position. That may be a first. Earlier this year, I signed an executive order to defend free speech on college campuses. And we are carefully monitoring the actions of social media giants, big tech, must not censor conservative or other voices. And we are also taking steps to address judicial overreach. Activist judges whose issue, that's right, you know about that, right? And the Democrats hate that idea. Because you know who started this in reverse? It was Bill Clinton when he was in Congress. Because activist judges who issue nationwide injunctions based on their personal beliefs undermine democracy and threaten the rule of law. Take a look at what we did for criminal justice reform. Nobody thought it could be done. And it's tough as hell, but it's also fair. It's fair. That's why we're appointing judges who will interpret the Constitution as written. And we just confirmed, listen to this, our 100-year-old judge. And we'll soon be in record territory, not to mention 2 great Supreme Court judges. We've got 2 great Supreme Court justices, one of them them up there. Makes you feel good about your country, doesn't it? Makes you feel good about your country. We've launched a historic initiative to reduce the price of prescription drugs. Doing big. Last year, prescription drug prices went down for the first time in nearly 51 years. Yesterday, we announced that the drug companies will now be required by law to include prices in television advertisements. First time. going to drive the price down. And we're vastly expanding affordable alternatives to Obamacare before we terminate it and replace it with something good once we take over the House, the Senate, the presidency together. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, always. The Republican Party will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, people with pre-existing conditions. And for the veterans, we passed VA choice. So now if they wait in line for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 10 days, 4 days, 2 months, people that weren't even very sick but terminally ill before they get to see a doctor, they immediately go outside, find a good looking doctor, get themselves fixed up and repay the bill. And it's a great thing for our veterans. They've been trying to get it passed for 40 years. We got it passed. And we also passed 46 years they've been trying. VA because under the VA you couldn't fire anybody. If they were terrible to our great vets, they could be sadistic, they could steal, they could rob, they could do anything. We had no way of firing these people. Now we have VA accountability. They don't do nothing. Boom, you're fired. 46 years they tried to get it. A little hard working, I mean, in that case, it's against the union, against civil service, not too easy. We're a clean energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. We're slashing permitting delays for vital infrastructure projects. We had highways that would take 22 years to get approved. We brought it way down. We're trying to make it 1 year. We're close to getting that. We're down to 2 or 3 years. This was taking 21. There was a certain laws in certain states. We were working on it for 21 years. It took 100 times more money. It used to be a straight line. Now it's a line like this. If you had a couple of drinks, you had a very bad shot. You did it home. Cost a fortune. 21 years. Now we're trying to get it done. It's okay. You have people that worked on projects almost for their entire life. And they go to a vote and 7 pounds. Now, you may get rejected, but it's going to take a year and a half. But mostly you're not going to get rejected. It's going to be done in a really good way. Trying to get that permitting process down for roads, for highways, for bridges, for tunnels, for everything. No reason it should be taken. And as promised, we've directed more than $100 million to fix lake hookah chickens. Everybody wanted that done. Your governor, both your governors, your last governor and your current governor wanted that done. So we have the Army Corps of Engineers that are doing a fantastic job, and they're getting it done. It'll now be completed in 3 years, way ahead of schedule, years ahead. And I was out there 8 weeks ago, and it was incredible. And earlier this year, I signed legislation providing $100 million to fight the red tide that harms coastal regions, especially the red tide. Doesn't look too inviting. I come down to Florida. The red tide. To get rid of it. And to keep America safe, we're rebuilding America's military might like never before, including $133 million for the Gulf Coast test range. You know what that is? Anybody knows? Practice shooting. Trust me, it's a good thing for you folks. You don't have to shoot. It's a good thing. $133 million. The military needs it so badly. It's going to be very quickly completed. And many other enhancements in the great state of Florida to help our wonderful warriors who are doing an incredible job. As an example, at Eglin Air Force Base. Eglin. sacrificed our sovereignty, surrendered our jobs, and tied us down to endless foreign wars. I don't know if you saw, but about 8 weeks ago, we took 100% of the caliphate. It was supposed to take 2 years in Syria, ISIS. That doesn't mean that they're not going to go around. These people are stone cold crazy. And it doesn't mean they're not blowing up a store or blowing up stuff. They are just nuts. But we took 100%. And when I took over this great country, we were way behind. You had to see, I showed you the map. It was all so much ISIS. In a short period of time, we wiped it out. The caliphate, we have 100%. But still, it's a mental condition. These people are sick. So always keep your eyes open, be careful. Let law enforcement, when you see a coup, let them know. Because we have the greatest law enforcement on earth. In everything we do, we are now putting America first. For years, we lost in so many different ways. We were losing on trade. We were getting beaten by people in countries that had no chance. We were insisting that no NATO members, you had to see this, the NATO folks, they don't pay their fair share. We were taking over and spending almost 100% of our money to protect NATO, which is true. And I said, that's not right. On top of that, the EU absolutely kills us if they don't check the vote. $100 billion extra was just given by those countries that's now pouring into NATO. To pay up. Your past presidents would go and meet them and wouldn't talk about it. Or they'd say, gee, whenever you get a chance to pay up, you gotta see. It was like a chart this way. Now it's a chart like a rocket ship the other way. They're paying up. $100 billion they paid. $100 billion with a B. Last month I announced that my administration is unsigning the UN Open Trade Treaty, which is great. Be a Second Amendment. We love our Second Amendment. And we will never allow foreign bureaucrats to trample on that very precious Second Amendment and your rights under the Second Amendment. I also withdrew the United States from the horrible nuclear deal. And unfortunately, just today, I felt compelled to authorize new sanctions on Iran's iron, steel, aluminum, and copper industry. Because I hope to be able, at some point, maybe it won't happen, but possibly won't, to sit down and work out a fair deal. We're not looking for it. We want a fair deal. We just don't want them to have nuclear weapons. That's all we do. I recognize Eastern Capital and opened the American Embassy in Jerusalem. And just 2 weeks ago, I announced the United States would recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights.
Ladies and gentlemen, was the 1021 represent date on 13 by itself a week ago.
America's solidarity with the citizens of Israel in their fight against terror. They have done just a great job. It's a dangerous place. The Middle East is a dangerous place. We also recognize the legitimate government of Venezuela, and we forcefully condemn the socialist brutality of the Maduro regime. And our hearts are united with the people of Venezuela, many of their relatives who are here right now with us tonight, the people of Cuba, and the people of Nicaragua in their struggle to be free. It'll all happen, folks. It'll all happen. Each of us arena. It doesn't have a roof, but these are mine. Problem is, if we had a roof, you could never open it. We're all united by the same timeless values. We believe in the American Constitution, and we believe in the rule of law. We believe in strong borders, strong families, and a strong national defense. We believe in the dignity of work and in the sanctity of life. We believe in religious liberty, the right to free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. We believe that mothers and fathers, not government regulators, know best how to raise our children and teach our great country's values. And we believe in the words, these are the traditions, customs, and principles that bind us together as citizens, as Americans. These are the values that unite people in the panhandle. Panhandle. Oh, we love the panhandle. You all love the panhandle? I think so. You're incredible people. I tell you, you're incredible people. You're smart, you're loyal, you're unbelievable. But all across the magnificent state of Florida and all over our country, you joined our movement because you rejected the values and betrayals of past politicians. You stared down a corrupt system that enriched itself at your The system is rigged. I used to say it. It's still rigged, but a lot less rigged. We're getting out of the rigging rapidly, folks. You reclaimed your destiny. You defended your dignity, and you took back your country. You have always been loyal to this nation. Now you finally have a president who's loyal to you. Thank you. And every day between now and November 3rd, 2020, I think of that. November 3rd, 2020. Boy, it's close, huh? But every day we're going to keep on working, we're going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. Remember, I used to tell the story that your governor would come to see you, and you'd be winning so much in the state of Florida. Turn around. Say, President, please, in the office, please, we're winning too much. We're not used to this, Mr. President. We're not used to this. For years and years, we've been losers. We've been losing, Mr. President. Now we're winning. We're winning so much. The people of God can't stand winning so much. Can you maybe pull it back a little bit, Mr. President? And I said, no, I can't, Ron. I'm sorry. He said, I thought you'd say that. We're going to keep winning. We've never been winning like we're winning now. You've never had better numbers. You've never had, I think, more loyalty. You look at what's happening to this state, and you look at what's happening to this country, and we're proud again. We're proud. With every last ounce of heart and hope and sweat and soul, we are going to make our stand. We are going to stand for liberty. We are going to stand for justice. We are going to stand for faith, family, and freedom. And we are going to stand for the sacred rights given to us by the hand of Almighty God. We are one united movement, one united people, and one United States of America. And together with the proud people of the Panhandle, make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. Thank you very much.
Camp Capital Robert, 50 in a row. And count 403, 23 years. For the work now.
I cannot get anything back from Indiana. I was getting 28 back from Illinois, and we about 27. Iowa information.
That's working.
Cost from Dollar General. And,
Current 19, Robert, 15. Ready available on Facebook.
Why did you make that name?
1242, South 3rd, GTN 50. Within 17, you ought to get the paper. It's 43.
Okay.
Well, 13, did we have an original location of parents? South Indiana.
Kankakee, Bravo 1 Mountain, winning.
Keep out and turn it to something. I'm taking it everything's correct now. Okay, that for stay for
1003 South Fourth Avenue. 1003 South Fourth Avenue, Kingston.
Channel 3 South 4.
Turn, remain, 5175 West Middle Turn, remain.
175 West Middle Turn, Temple. At 6 radio.
Maybe in Edward or, two, put it on number one. So, see if the number on below it. So we can get that door. and then, want to be quick with signature and orders.
You guys hear me? Okay, Mr. Thomas is all I want to speak with you. 21, if you know what, catch up if you can, the text 12 and 21 that I call you. It's gonna, okay, let's reset that.
Escape.
Can't flex very good. Jenny, roll service.
25 West Broadway in GDT.
I'm mistaken. 425 West Birthday, West. EG.
Oh, thanks.
Top priority turn 2 papers. I'm going to share.
Take a day. Got 1 to 95.
demons created all of it. Thanks for the adrenal call.
Very. No.
It all started with this tweet. COVID-19 ethical challenges for nurses, Hastings Center, and I noticed that all of these people's names got highlighted, which means that they have a Twitter account, except for this person, Christine Grady. And I thought, well, who might she be? We discussed 3 major challenges from a nursing perspective: safety of self and others, allocation of scarce resources, and relationships. Christine Grady is not even on Twitter. Who is she? I got to look her up. First thing I found was this. Christine Grady happens to work for the National Institute of Health. She is the chief of bioethics and the head of the section on human subjects research. Well, I didn't even know that department existed. Human Subjects Research Department of the National Institutes of Health. All right. That was the first thing I found out about Christine Grady. Let's see. What else? She writes a lot of academic papers. And she's written a book, Search for an AIDS Vaccine. That was in 1995. One of her most interesting papers that she wrote, she co-authored in 2005, called 4 Paradigms of Clinical Research and Research Oversight. That is going to be the subject of now, but suffice to say that she goes through medical research on human subjects over the course of the last 80 years or so, since World War II. And she categorizes the phases that they've gone through. And where she ends up is that in 2005, we were getting into a communitarian-based paradigm of human research subjects. And what she essentially means is they've made it so that the general public feels like it is their duty as humans to possibly sacrifice their own lives for medical research. They don't even have to buy people anymore, pay them. They don't have to have people who are sick. They have now done such a good job on the general public that they can convince a lot of perfectly healthy people to come in and let them experiment on them for free for the community. That's where Christine Grady's head is at in terms of her ethics. Okay? Keep that in mind as we go forward. And also, Christine Grady in 2017 gave a talk at the National Institute of Health about the framework for the of research with human subjects. Well, I just told you where her head is at. And in the 2017 version, it's copy of that 2005 article that she wrote, but updated terminology. I don't believe she used the word communitarian anymore because people know what that means. It's a weird kind of communism where you through psychological practice and training and conditions. All right, what else about Christine Brady? I've not gotten to the boom yet. It's coming. Booms are always better. We've built them up. Right? Okay. Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues. Look at that. She was on the President's Commission from 2010, so appointed by Obama, and she was there in 2017. Don't know what the story is behind her departure, but like I said, she was still giving speeches about her chosen topic in 2017, and then all of a sudden she was gone. So that's Christine Grady's professional background. I wanted to learn a little bit more about her family, and I found her sister. When you know this, Christine Grady's sister was involved in one of the embassy bombings. Here she is here, Joanne Husky. This is from a YouTube video from Voice of Africa. The story is that she's married to this guy, James L. Husky, who happened to be the second secretary at the embassy in Nairobi, Kenya, in 1998. She went there that day, the day of the bombing, supposedly to have her children get tested to go to school in Kenya. And she says she parked her car. She walked into the building, had just gone down the stairs to the medical area, and the bomb went off. And it knocked her and her children to the floor. It was perfectly black. She couldn't see anything. There were the cousins apparently in the building. They found each other somehow and went outside into the parking lot. And she noticed even her car was just a black shell, she said. Almost like her car had the bomb in it. I don't know. But I'm not suggesting that, but that's the story that she tells. Isn't that interesting? And the husband, of course, is just as pivotal to look at as the sister. So James L. Husky's LinkedIn page is here, and we can see that from 2012 to present, he's been a consultant in international affairs at colleges and universities, but more importantly, at the U.S. Department of State. So now he's just not on the payroll, he's a contractor. At the Department of State, James Husky, so Christine Grady's brother-in-law, reviews diplomatic correspondence and documents for release via Freedom of Information Act requests. Your point, information is getting out to the public. For anything the State Department might do, ambassadors. It's funny because who is one of the ambassadors? I mean, ambassadors have played a pivotal role in one or two particular big news items. Since Trump's gotten elected, I can think immediately of Marie Yovanovitch from Ukraine and Sondland.
168 East, 3000 South, 168 East, 3000 South.
Christine Grady's sister's husband.
Took all the precautions necessary to make sure that they didn't catch it. Oh, hold on a second. Here they are on a fucking airplane, by the way. here they are sitting on each other's backs, doing a little bit of that Dr. Bill Nye sex junk on an airplane at 36,000 feet, telling everybody, fuck you, you wear a mask when you're on an airplane. But when we're Democrat lawmakers, we ain't got to adhere to the law. This is a fucking cacophony over here, boys. Lulz and fuck you, Democrats, by the way. Doing this right, InfoWars. Democrat lawmakers who fled Texas test positive for COVID-19 despite taking the vaccine. That's hate to see it happen. I am hoping that they're all okay. I got a weird feeling, by the way, don't be funny. I got a weird feeling. I know the left-hand side keeps telling me that for cereals, don't get out there and you take the 18 vaccinations of asshole. They definitely got COVID-19, Delta Epsilon, will make America super duper deadly, right? Only the people dying from this are the people who are vaccinated, and it's a pandemic amongst the unvaccinated anti-science bigots. A pandemic only amongst the unvaccinated. Anyway, nearly 60 Texas House Democrats fled the state in a private jet this week. The Republicans led election reform bills. I'm hoping that they all quarantine. Is that still the rule in Washington, D.C.? Got all these cocksuckers led Texas that didn't do lockdowns, and they flying in to Washington, D.C. I'm sure they quarantined. Now, 3 of those lawmakers tested positive for COVID-19 despite receiving both the jabs up their assholes and, of course, wearing 15 million defense. But not when they're in front of cameras. Well, not this camera, of course. When they're in front of news cameras, they're still wearing the masks, even though they're vaccinated, because they don't want to wear it because what's up everybody else. Oh, Justin, 3 Texas House Democrats in D.C. have tested positive for COVID-19 at Texas HGC. All 3 were fully vaccinated, boys. And those 3 Democrats who the caucus is refusing today are experiencing illness and will reportedly isolate for 10 days before taking a follow-up test. Well, we should know their name. We should know that they're that risk. Here you got a bunch of virus spewing, filthy humans traversing across the country. We need names. You guys love this so much. The statement released Saturday, House Democrat Caucus Chair Representative Chris Turner said the caucus is protocol, CDC guidance, and protocols. They are? They're taking pictures of them not doing it. Am I allowed to talk about this? Is Jen Dunsaki going to kick me out of the inner zones for talking about this? They're clearly not following all the CDC protocols. Are they following them? Not the fucking coup? Well, this is a sober reminder that COVID is still with us. And the vaccination offers tremendous protections. We literally must take necessary precautions, he stated. Quote, we are in touch with public health experts in Texas to provide additional guidance. Our caucus will follow all recommendations from public health experts as we continue on. You should all have to quarantine. Why are only 3 of them quarantined? You just had an entire plane full of these cocksuckers, got 60 of them from Texas, and they're flying around, they're not wearing masks. Dr. Fauci, they ain't wearing masks, brother, and 3 of them got the coup. They should all be in quarantine. They should all be in a FEMA toll, not camp right now, and they should be isolated, and they should be sitting there telling everybody what people they are, because, of course, they're spreading this filthy disease. But there you go. Rules for thee, not so much for me, as you have House Democrats flying around on an airplane catching the coup, and I'm just going to... This is fucking fantastic. There you go. Sure. This fucking video is going to get pulled out, by the way. Now that I've got it, I'm contradicting all types of the authoritative sources talking about this. But we'll upload it so we can all laugh and mock these dumb idiots over there. Thanks so much for watching the video. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. If you don't become today with these fucking lefties, hit that subscribe button because the salt must flow.
And this is about the growing backlash after Black Lives Matter activists side with Cuba's communist regime, not the Cuban citizens in the streets that are using basic freedoms.
BLM support for the Cuban police state coming right as it amps up a campaign of police brutality, cracking down on protesters after days of demonstrations.
BLM explains its movement praising Cuba for helping Black revolutionaries, specifically FBI most wanted cop killer Joanne Chesimard, who has been living in Cuba since escaping prison in the U.S. decades ago, John.
We are seeing the same thing happening at our country right now from the United Nations, which looks to investigate the U.S. and racism. The Biden White House saying it would welcome such a... Even Republicans asking why our country is under the microscope without one word on the religious bigotry in China, where a minority group of leaders is being locked up
Republican Florida Senator Marco Rubio joins us now. Senator, welcome. First, I get your reaction to Biden inviting the UN to examine the U.S.'s record on racism. Is this a good idea?
Well, no, it's stupid. It actually, why isn't he convening the United Nations Security Council to talk about the fact that this Sunday and throughout the week, a regime 90 miles from our shores has been killing people not demanding liberty? That's what they should be looking at. So if you're going to invite the UN to come into the U.S. to tell us how racist we are, you should at least also ask them to look into the horrifying situation that's unfolding in borderline, an epic catastrophe that's spiraling out of control. Where's that investment? It's just honestly, you wake up every day and you read these things and it's like, this can't be real. It almost feels like it's something from The Onion or one of these satire websites. I don't even know how to describe it. I'm out of words.
Senator Rubio, the Secretary of State, described it this way. He said responsible nations must not shrink from scrutiny of their record. Rather, they should acknowledge it with the intent to improve. Here's what the press secretary said when questioned by our Peter Ducey about it.
As the Secretary said in his statement, he believes responsible nations must not shrink from scrutiny of their human rights record. Rather, they should acknowledge it and improve it, and also push and lift up and shine a light on other countries that need to do better. And that is the role we're playing here from the United States.
The basic premise here is that if you want to have the moral high ground on human rights, you need to show transparency. But what nation on the planet has been more transparent than the United States when it comes to our history and what goes on here on a daily basis?
Yeah, I have a record second to none. I'm proud to say on human rights in the United States Senate. Okay, no one. We've got some great partners across the aisle and on our side, but no one has done more on human rights from the Uyghur bill we passed just yesterday, which is on nation after nation. You look at a human rights cause somewhere in the world, and I've been among them that did not be the loudest voice on it. Okay, so let me tell you, everybody, I assure you of this: there are 199 other countries that we should worry about on human rights before we get to America. In America, we have transparency. Okay? In America, we have a press that covers what they want. Sometimes they lie, sometimes they cover, sometimes it's a hack.
These Texas Democrats are publicizing their sneaky departure from their home state.
Democratic members of the Texas House. That's all. We're in a fight to save our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Texas House Democrats, please state on private jets to prevent election reforms.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Three Texas Democratic lawmakers have fled state legislation tested positive for COVID.
Get what you fucking deserve!
Could Chinese soldiers be about to get a major hit? And the U.S. lifts on travel restrictions. Then more on this week's China News headlines. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chapman. Before I begin, did you know YouTube has been secretly unsubscribing and monetizing a lot of our videos? You can help the show by hitting the like button and sharing this episode. If you're not seeing notifications for us, we publish new ones every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and sometimes Saturday, so check back on. Now, life's hard for a Chinese soldier. Most of the time, you're not doing any actual real training. Studying Communist Party ideology, singing propaganda, performing propaganda skits, and going through ideological reflection sessions. And when it comes to actual training, I'm not entirely sure we're playing hot potato with a live grenade. Other than make for highly trained soldiers.
Richard.
It's progress. 563 north, Skyler. 563 north, Skyler. 153 was the bank door. Case 12. Mr. Thomas with the detective was his mother in Tennessee.
of course. What do I do?
Area 4 is a title subject, and I think you got the please. Everyone.
Yeah, 134 is in that, head out to 113 through stakes for both. education to 6th grade to Charles Home and to 6th grade. Happy on bringing
Thirty is working. That goes up 3291, lunch at 102. Test 2010. Got a network in Mustang, short black switch focus.
January 12th, PM after meeting the government. Service.
Yeah, go ahead. It's check 50 and about 3,000 east for a disabled vehicle.
Okay. Okay, what?
The caller station is before it only gets 541 lower, 541 more callers ready to pull the history to her as she drove by her.
January 96148. Send me this, I don't need it back here, there's something wrong with it.
They were at about 75 mils, I believe.
Yeah, 3,000 or something.
to the Chevy passenger car, I believe it's
I have them come back out here to Grant Park. Garden holes they have laying across the street supplying my restaurant is steel wool. It's got car tires.
By 36, attached to a death report for civil matter over a vehicle. The caller couldn't provide an actual address that advises it's in St. Anna in a rural location, 1017 of East Dakota, Nowak. About 1 minute, 3. Hampton, Doug.
And stuff does not work yet. This is the original call. It's called
Exactly.
Well, give them a call back, see what the residents, keep that.
Started a baseball cap. He got hurt.
Put the 10 turn out, no answer for so.
K-21, I believe they live at 523 Valley Hall.
Okay, can't tell where you're at.
They were letting him westbound or Bowling.
Oh, that.
Building,
F-29, okay.
That's 28. Illinois 28, 454, 599, 359. Your field pulse went out. They are going to, so I'm waiting for the state farm. Came up 13. 20, overlay, 541.
Just go ahead.
Edward and George, zebra, I had cheese. First name was Crystal with a K. That was the medal 3-1 in 1921.
What?
Honestly, but
Okay. I don't think she's certain. Three and five, 34.
Wasn't specific enough reason to post the address. Just using one phone, not enough promotion. We're back in service.
Lieutenant Samuel Mitchell, he is 9-1 scene. He wishes to work for a check of a brand. He believed the address is 534 Fifth Avenue, should be a red truck parked out front. He tried calling her, but her voice was the phone and hung up the number. You know, just for protecting, Sarah does have a active for protection against that. Three, diabetic patients,
You guys have any more, you know? Watch this one, another area.
All points in on.
in the area. Target 16. Good. So yes.
Okay, thank you. I think it's all pretty chicken.
261 South Albert, 261 South Albert, both parties are on city just purple at this time. Hey, figure to the state is the son Eddie Ireland, just looking in the side of the mother of Latoya Ireland.
down from 46. We made it.
Yeah, John, 5-1.
Touch line.
And,
Good. Looking at that, and it's already on there. We just didn't see it.
Okay, I'm ready, and I'll quick get that work. Okay, that's it. So we have round two singers.
Can't come show Robert 15 Rob over Drive. Good phone today.
And for Moline,
Cover for Moline.
okay, thanks.
Yeah, got it. We're Robert 15.
We had a comment line that was shut by a pharma. The tower is no longer on scene. Comment that also the wires down, pull the pole down, way. 10252 north, 3500 west.
Request a school discharge now.
Okay. Information was hit by farming equipment, power line hanging from the pole. One 31 came Yeah, it's at this church. I got it. Shutting up. will be the southeast door 19. Field Route 3849 South 50,000. Like it's in the Washington County area. Information. On Tulsa-based Baptist Church 911 telephone in that area. The call is traveling. It's now eastbound on North Street from Washington, 400 east north at this time. Sounds like normal conversation.
Preserved for thousands of years, these specimens often retain blood, skin, and even internal organs of ancient organisms that haven't been encountered by humans since the creatures once roamed the prehistoric landscapes of Earth. In localities that were once inaccessible to people give up their frozen treasures, all sorts of remarkable new discoveries are being made. So let's take a 5 of these amazing animals that have been found frozen in ice. And yes, this video is a long overdue sequel to the video that actually turned out to be in the channel. because I thought it would be funny to do one of these again, and
This is
also
not-
quite relevant given some recent developments. First of all, we come to possibly the most adorable of any frozen specimens that have ever been discovered. In November of 2015, researchers from Yacht held a press conference in the city of Yakutsk, revealing to the media what they said was a sensational find, and what a find it was. Two specimens of almost perfectly preserved cape-like cubs. The cubs were first located along the banks of the Uyandina River that runs through the Republic of South by collectors who were apparently searching for mammoth tusks. That summer, there had been a rise in the water level of the river, and after the water went back down, there were regions of banks where cracks had appeared. It was inside one of these cracks that the collectors spotted an ice lens that contained something. Unsure what it was brought to the scientists' attention, and subsequently, it was realized how significant this discovery was. The two cubs had been named Uyandina after the Uyandina River, and were the first cave lions to ever be known from more than just bones. DNA analysis of the animals was able to confirm that they are indeed members of the same species, and further examinations were able to show that not only is the thoroughpiece cat preserved, but some of the internal organs are intact too. The cub named Una is an identification of and the CT scan of the body the researchers think it's possible that this substance may be in milk, which could potentially allow us to see what kind of things cave lions were feeding on. It could turn out that it's just gastric fluid, and the researchers say that they have to be careful before they attempt to extract anything, in case they end up damaging the specimen. Initially, it was thought that they were about 12,000 years old, which is incredible in itself, but later investigations have shown that the deposits the bodies were found are in fact somewhere between 25,000 and 55,000 years old, dating to a warmer time during the Ice Age called the Karginskian Age. Additionally, the researchers have been able to determine how old the cubs were at the time of their death. As the CT scans indicate, not all of them had started to poke through their gums, and their eyes seem to have not yet fully opened. So, based on comparison with the development of modern lions, they were probably going to spend 2 weeks old when killed. What appears to be happening is that perhaps hidden away in a den by themselves as they went off to hunt, but then a landslide killed and rapidly buried the young lions. This quick burial created an oxygen-poor environment around them, keeping them frozen in time for thousands of years and preserving immense detail. The study of these lion cubs is not done yet, though, and the researchers plan to perform more CT scans, take samples from the internal organs, and carry stuff. In 2017, a third individual was uncovered, even better preserved than the first, nicknamed Boris after the person who discovered it. This specimen was unearthed from the permafrost along the banks of a different river, also in the Republic of Sakha. Boris is thought to have been alive about 43,500 years ago, and lived longer than Uyandina, surviving until it was probably about a month or two old. All of Boris's limbs are intact, and it's even preserved resting its head on its paw, just as modern cats do. This individual appears to have died in a similar way to Boris, as evidence of internal injuries would seem to suggest that the den it was inhabiting collapsed on arrival. Then, in 2018, yet another cape-like couple was discovered, from a location about 15 meters away from where Boris was found. Nicknamed Spartak, this individual was first assumed to have been male and potentially his sibling. However, further investigations have revealed that she was actually female and born 18,000 years after Boris. Now known as Spartak, it seems that she actually died of starvation, indicated by the very small, skinny appearance of the body, as well as scans of her internal organs that showed no pattern. Sadly, it's been suggested that, as sometimes happens with modern lions during particularly unfortunate conditions, Sparta was abandoned by her mother and was never fed enough, leading to her death. Studies into all of these specimens are still ongoing at the time of as we learn more from these cubs. Already, it seems much can be determined from the evolution patterns on the fur coats of the animals, potentially appearance of these extinct lions. And of course, there's been a lot of discussion about the possibility of cloning and back from extinction, though the researchers caution that it may still be a bit premature to be talking about that, although they do say that cloning cave lions would be much more specific than cloning mammoths, as cave lions are still relatively very close to perhaps we should maybe instead of observing the ones that are currently being driven extinct before thinking about reviving the dead.
One in the area of 13718 east to south, unknown originally. Anyone call 36 of the ditch. No answer on call gas.
Next, we come to the stunning discovery of a partial woolly rhinoceros carcass, also from the Sakha Republic of Russia. In June of 2007, gold miners at a lower section of the Kalima are removing overburden of sediment dating back to the Pleistocene, when they uncovered the frozen mummified remains of a woolly rhino, Coelodonta antiquitatis, dates back to around 39,000 years ago. The Kalima specimen is not the best preserved woolly rhino that have been found, as earlier discoveries of mummified formed in different ways, and a later find of an almost complete juvenile rhino are. However, this was still the first whole body of a woolly rhino to be come from, and it's incredibly significant nonetheless. The body was deformed after the animal died, and large parts of the right side of the body are missing. Two right legs have been torn off, though they were later found separately at the same site. Additionally, the head, while preserved, became detached from the body during excavation of the specimen, and the horns were also found separately. Still, much of the left side of the animal is very much intact, including skin over the body and the ear, plus the intestines of the stomach, including its contents.
We're not seeing anybody down at the middle of
Understanding of the woolly rhino's lifestyle. Since the stomach contents were retained, scientists were able to determine what these beasts were eating when they were alive. Based on their analyses of spores and pollen found in the stomach, they were able to tell that grasses and sagebrushes composed from the organs were diet the discovery of the Kalima rhino, in addition to other specimens, has also granted us a much better understanding of what these animals were like in life. It's been established that fully-grown woolly rhinos were absolutely massive animals, at between 3.4 and 3.6 meters in length, around 1.5 meters in height at the shoulder, and a mass of 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms. These were scary big beasts. Woolly rhinos also appear to have had similar body proportions to the little
Number 2, people that have 911 stated that Kroger has her prescription and won't give it to her. She wanted to get her Kroger and get her prescription disconnected.
The cause of death for the Kalima rhino appears to have been by drowning in mud. The region the rhinos were inhabiting at the time they lived would have been a good place for grazing. However, it was very dangerous for these huge, short-legged mammals. They were probably filled with folio-cast features, such as lakes, small narrow rivers, and deep gaps in the ground. It seems that this particular individual was sitting along the bank of the river when it lost its footing, causing it to drown in mud.
Is Kroger human trafficking without your gun? Let's see what kind of human trafficking you can do. Kroger Amber bonus, human trafficking.
Requesting a lot of that. 252 North 300 West. I'll get on. But one of the residents requesting him.
That's what you can do is that phone report.
stand by.
We'll check that. It's not the way.
Stand up and say in this room. I got 13 fuel roughly, I'll be back to service.
Unintentional overdose, 5-year-old got into medication, 47 North 30, on the bathroom floor, unknown.
Just one road.
Can't connect to it.
Okay, kind of the Can't control Robert, just, you know.
Can't control it.
Hopper.
Like 36. Fifteen problems in here, you mean? We're running on the call.
Commissioner Bear, get up in the room, call.
What? 10:78 right drive, 10:17 wants to show you a video of someone that
6 suspects.
Okay, let's test it. the downtown people first. She's actually small. Her daughter's on the grass and floors. We'll be clear. The postal section. You guys got something you can want to know about that.
From 7625 South Chestnut, Virginia. Here's the phone number.
21, Aurora, at 1525 South Standard.
Megan. Yeah. Okay.
Choose from memory, I'll be boarding you. Okay, 21. Cancel the motor vehicle permit.
No problem, for that.
Can't come by 26.
Miss Knowles back on 911, complaining about her husband taking her medication.
Make a message. Yeah, protect. Can't continue. Call that SWIFT address or by his death. And get him at the end of the shift. Also, okay, contact.
Pepper.
Like step 1, 5 file.
Or was that 6%? Stop by here and have some breakfast. Yeah, because I could. Can you have the singing and chief? You can contact and have me there for one list.
Separate line.
Like we do. Yeah, kind of went through for a track shot. Truck 31303 B truck 3130308 B truck. Declares.
134, Stephanie. What we're checking a dog at 3rd and Water, 3rd and Water, should be a large brown house on the corner of the pit bull. Been there for a while, the house was abandoned. X-ray 36. Six subjects shown
delusional. 10206 East River South Road, 10206 East River South Road. I barely had caught on fire 2 weeks ago.
Take care of her. Northfield Lake, on Missouri, got 28-237-3345 beat truck, 237-2345 beat truck.
Single line up there. Number 15.
Yes, If there's a white blue ship for reason off of 1,000.
Searching for him for Monica Nelson.
Five 15 observed.
10:15. 10:15. Go ahead. To animal case, to 06 North Route 50 with mold. That was in the saw a dog inside an orange Hyundai. The windows are just down a little bit. He's clear about that right part. One there.
Keep County email 70 also now 21 Forage Park.
Email 70 is around two.
So you got the state orders. Okay, shows up the orders. I'm showing you the email. The thermal
Huey at 261 North Fifth Avenue. Shipment King found a 1032 in a load of laundry that she was doing. She refused to say whose laundry it was, knowing that that subject is in JTBC at this time. White Chevy, light Honda Civic. Call Report, trying to complain in the area, 600 South Harrison, a silver vehicle was seen in the area of Cobb Park and it hit his door, embankment, four-door vehicle. That's about it. Secure. Go ahead. Okay, 21.
Take out Joe Robert, 15 on PD, 97.
Feeling goes around 56-year-old male, difficulty breathing. Okay, that's for 1011 also, in reference to your complaint, we had a call about the gray Cadillac that was doing donuts in the Roman Convention Park. They were headed towards the boat club and still in that area. Charles Henry, 26.
That's been corrected.
I'm like,
Around 10 and before 12 times for about like 1
yeah, I'm 550. That's what I come up.
We're hour 15 over.
Thanks, John. Saying number one is back edition. Yeah, I'm 530. It's way out of Indiana. I think it's 450. It's going to play out of Indiana.
calls about subjects parking on the ground at Benton Park. They're out setting up tent. Calling this is a violation of park district.
Declare.
Are you like it?
think Bradley and 46 on the ground. Fire repeat. Okay, take down from 460 to 0%. Prior to my arrival, however, they did say they were still loading some food, so family reunion, kind of. Spoke to the caller and the owner, she came out, so been advised, all four windows are break. Just that money. Got it. It would be nice. We're gonna check out 1046 vehicle. About 8608 for 17.
I'll be putting my.
Pretend for the hotel.
Jane kind of rotating or whatever. Came in on the walk out. And found the foot walk.
712, but.
60126. Yeah,
Can I use a pick up? Hang on, it's running, 243, 5 and 590 long one. Section on for incoherent 8-year-old man. Cover.
Incoming North 72 down 6, 91 Road. Bravo 15, clear over left.
Can't come from 1872. For a little bit longer to say that because she was the second.
Man, and shown us the 13 feet outside the 2 Westbrook, Mark Woods, and all that down the street, yes.
Can't come by it.
The first shift status. The 42 and 8 was an RO.
Go ahead. Check.
I'll list at 971 North here. The report's made as adjusted. Yeah. So, I'll be 10.2 today. City has got a report of shots fired, Tanner.
I'm thinking that night over there.
You want to report on that?
Yeah, just fine. She was two white males. I see them walking up her brother's shop, sure which way they went, both wearing all black. Okay, don't look for you. Okay, just go.
Okay, I got 11, 13, or 23.
Yeah.
This might be Jacob or David at this time.
The other subject being a red-headed male subject.
You here, why don't you go see by that dumpster, the team can go there.
J11 Gator checked out. J11 K13 status.
Careful. Okay, correct, right there, right there.
Check out.
Switch it. Police, the street, go, take. Over here, Mr. Bonus. Go ahead. That's everything.
Sarah, do we need to close the Right now, it's hit. Somebody saying possibly their house was hit in some shell casings. I gotta confirm the house. Can't go here, 6 minutes, call out the detective, please.
10 seconds.
From both there, the other stickers that might be involved in this is an Antoine Ball person here is stating that other people were trying to shoot things.
Smith, 1.5 Smith, the French girl, go to the table. And computer.
Yeah, so we do have a dwelling that was struck at 515 South Banner, 515 South Banner.
Your 10. 6 or 27. Riverside. Stop.
So you get it, you get it, what it works. In service.
Out of 6 can't help. Third check, 608 South Gordon. Katisha Wallace called, very confused, stated there were subjects bothering her. She gave an address to 6 South Gordon, but they're saying when she called 911, she's from Texas. Just wanted to check and see if she's there, make sure she's okay.
That makes no fucking sense.
I can vote.
can't have both. Movements up here, provides some possible other half of the trade. I want to know about
I'm out of the again.
Yeah, but that's whatever. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, we did. He doesn't wear that person, like, she doesn't live here. She has her back in service. Okay, well, 5:35.
Victory, just Desperate forecast complete, move the meeting 1000 north and David Blakely on Stockton officer about speeding vehicles. Are you advised he doesn't want to call now for another hour? Verse 27. Yeah, K13,
So Melchizedek is a public aid off the 285 North Schuyler. Male Hispanic punched a female white. She's still sitting there, relaxed. Male half left northbound on Schuyler on foot.
Okay, Jeff, go for it. Okay, Jeff, go for it.
That worked, Jason.
To work that one itself.
For one more time, I'm going to help you.
It sounds like real good with that, you know.
Can't come from it was under the state district. Janet, not to reduce. Answer, is the device which is not off to the wall of the Auto, Washington, 305 South Washington, perimeter and overhead garage door. That's 10-4. Take out 5 District Mobile. Transfer, new 10-21. On 115 feet, 14317 East 2012 Road. X39 and X38 will be separate vehicles. X55 will be what? We got them redhead that came from 512 Center. Information, we just received a call of the proper pass code and request to be canceled.
They must be your second service.
Yeah,
email 21 Maple Ridge Park.
You send them a text message.
Go ahead, I'm not either. It doesn't seem for looking at this. 21 Maple Ridge Park. 13. Mark.
26 East Baseline Road, critical ruin size is about 4 to 1 mile south of 17, he in a box.
Yes,
38. Good. The subject also linked to an address all together. He said there's no problem. I advised him to have her called in so that we can verify everything. Disregard that, or I'm off the mark, giving it to Jake.
Okay, good, 42. Oh, 42. Okay, 26. Okay, 26.
Go ahead.
Copy option.
Just information, you know, just to verify all the information with us.